Accountability and Administrative Review is now in session. I think 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a quorum, so let's call the roll.
De la Torre,
Here.
Strickland, Arambula, Berryhill, Block, Buchanan, Caballero, Emerson, Fletcher, Fuentes, Hagman, Huber,
Here.
Jeffries, Jones, Lowenthal, Perez, Valines.
Today's hearing is on state expenditures. I want to make a couple of comments before we get started. There's been some questioning about a report that was done, and frankly, there was no report done by this committee. What it is, and this is about half of the year, it's the expenditure reports that are publicly available, and we just went through them. You can see it's just a spreadsheet, has what the expenditure was for and the dollar amount. And we just went through and looked for patterns of expenditures, and the three things that stood out were vehicles, furniture, and conferences and meeting expenses. Those are the three categories that we're going to be looking at today. There was no independent report per se. It's just adding up the dollar amounts for the expenditures in those categories. And as I said, it's just publicly available. Staff, along with some interns in my office, just went through and highlighted the expenditures. It wasn't complicated. What I want to focus on today is the process by which these kinds of expenditures get approved, the interrelationship between DGS and the different agencies and departments. We started looking at these things just for the first quarter of last year, and some of the numbers jumped out at us, and we were able to get the rest of the year's information and dig through those for the rest of the calendar year. This is all calendar year 2009, which obviously is split between the two fiscal years. We looked through all state contracts for the calendar year, and the agencies that we called forward today that are going to be presenting were selected because they had the highest totals in each category we're reviewing. Again, autos, furniture, and conferences and meeting expenses. We followed them through the entire calendar year, and the spending did decline over the course of the year, but in some cases continued. The review yields a lot of information that may or may not be problematic in terms of spending, and that's why we want to have this hearing here today. I do want to acknowledge that there was an emergency order, executive order that was approved on June 8th by the governor, and there was a significant drop-off after that. But again, there were still expenditures that were made after that executive order. My goal is not to go into nitpicking individual expenditures. Again, it's a cumulative effect. And we all acknowledge that for government to function, there is some stuff that needs to be purchased to make government function. The three categories we're looking at today, the expenditures were over $75 million. So I'm not saying that the number should have been zero, but I question whether the number should be 75 million. And so that's something that we want to get into here today. Just to give you those numbers, about $30 million on furniture, $43.4 million for light-duty vehicles and passenger cars. We excluded emergency vehicles in this analysis, and $2.3 million for conferences and outside meetings. So that's what we're talking about. That's the universe that we're looking at. And there were other significant expenditures in the contracts that are here, but they fell into different kinds of categories, and in some cases were a little bit out of our purview, and maybe we'll have a hearing on those things later, like the expenditures by the corrections health czar, or whatever his title is. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. With that, Vice Chair Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was very surprised by the numbers. $43.5 million on cars, $30 million on furniture, more than $2 million on conferences. I mean, if we think back to where we were last year, in 2009, we had a $42 billion deficit, and this legislature just passed the largest tax increase in history of more than $12 billion on California's taxpayers. And I find these expenditures to be an insult and very disrespectful to every furloughed state employee, to every taxpayer who has been working very hard to make ends meet, who's driving an old car on its very last leg when the state chooses not to do the same. The state has a use it or lose it budgeting system that incentivizes but does not excuse this type of spending, that if you don't spend your money by the end of the fiscal year, that then you get less money in your year, the next fiscal year's budget. That's a problem, and that contributes to this, but in no way is it permissible. I'm very concerned about these expenses. I'm very interested in hearing the response from these departments who seem to not have known that we were having a major fiscal crisis in this state, and that's very concerning. And I'm so hoping to find some reasons for this spending and get some answers here today. So I'd like to thank the chair for his leadership on this issue.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Department of General Services. Stephen Amos, Chief Deputy Director, and Jim Butler, Chief Procurement Officer. Gentlemen.
Good morning. Thank you, Assemblymember De La Torre and committee members, for this opportunity to come before you today. I'm Stephen Amos, Chief Deputy Director of the Department of General Services. Before my department responds to the specific questions your committee has asked, I'd like to talk a little bit about DGS's goals towards enabling our sister departments to succeed, toward improving our products and services, and toward preserving the state's interest. I also want to start by telling our story, because I think it is a good story, about how our department has made savings a top priority for the state. Across every division of the Department of General Services, consisting of 29 branches and offices, we are constantly looking at how we do the state's business, identifying efficiencies, streamlining processes, and in all parts of the state's efforts to save money. As we come before this committee today, we look forward to any suggestions you may find for bringing savings and efficiencies to the way we do business, because we know that when we reduce roadblocks, we reduce costs, we streamline processes, that we save money. We remain firm in our commitment to preserving the state's interest and bringing excellence in the business of government. An example is our dedication towards implementing Governor Schwarzenegger's Executive Order S-1409, prohibiting non-emergency vehicle purchases and reducing the state's fleet. Our department is also committed to helping the state departments meet Executive Order S-0909, requiring all state departments to submit a plan for reducing their contracting dollars by 15%. One way we are helping our sister departments is by actively renegotiating additional savings into our existing DGS contracts. In many cases, achieving savings upwards of 20%. We applaud those suppliers that have executed new contracts with us and partnered with the state in reducing their costs. In addition, DGS has executed 129 new leases to date, resulting in rent reductions totaling $57 million through its lease terms. As a state central department for business management functions and services, the Department of General Services is unique among state departments in that it oversees a wide variety of services, ranging from real estate acquisition to contracting to grounds and building maintenance of the state capitol. I'd like to now briefly highlight some of our duties as they relate to the questions the committee has asked about contracting furniture in the state fleet. Let me start with contracting and highlight how DGS helps to ensure the state's interests are preserved by developing and enforcing policies and procedures for purchasing goods, services, information technology, and vehicles. Our purchase authority allows us to act as the state's sole business agent, but also allows us to delegate this responsibility to other departments that meet specific requirements. One role we take very seriously is how we negotiate contracts. When we negotiate new cost-saving contracts, we work with vendors of existing contracts to lower their costs to the state. We do this to ensure the state gets the best value out of each dollar. In the realm of furniture, our Real Estate Services Division offers several services for purchasing furniture, from purchasing furniture for state agencies to planning and designing modular furniture setups. The first process any department goes through when it needs new furniture is to check to see if we have that furniture already in existence in our inventory. Our department also helps the state to maximize the use of surplus furniture. In the realm of fleet, our state fleet asset management program provides a variety of services aimed at controlling and protecting the state's fleet. These services include oversight of fleet purchases, periodic assessment of fleet size and composition, equipment and site inspections, and the disposal of surplus fleet vehicles. Most importantly, the Department of General Services help control ongoing fleet costs. I know much has been stated about the state's vehicle purchases lately, but the fact is that since 2008, we have reduced vehicle purchases by 64% and vehicle spending by 57%. In closing, prior to handing over the microphone to Chief Procurement Officer Jim Butler, I want to close by assuring the committee that we continue in our commitment to preserve the rights and interests of the state while bringing maximum efficiency and cost effectiveness to state government. For this reason, we appreciate the opportunity to be here before you today. We look forward to having a real conversation about how we can increase efficiency and implementing those changes. I thank you again for this opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jim Butler. I am the Deputy Director over Procurement at the Department of General Services and the Chief Procurement Officer for the State of California. I want to thank the committee for the work that you're doing. We share your goal of really driving more effective and efficient results out of state government and believe that there are many opportunities to do so. Starting in June of 2009, when the governor issued Executive Order S-0909, the department undertook a number of initiatives to implement that executive order and to save costs. I'll just highlight three of those, but I think that they will help set some of the context, because it helps to see what the whole landscape looks like if you start to look at the numbers. The first thing that the department did is to start to renegotiate leases. And through the efforts of our Real Estate Services Division, over 129 leases for state buildings have been either negotiated or renegotiated, realizing $57 million in savings for those leases through the end of their term. Second initiative is that the Procurement Division, the division that I manage, asked all of our statewide suppliers to come back to us with a plan to reduce the cost of their contracts. We had over 300 suppliers agree to offer concessions to the state, some with savings as high as 20%. And each of those suppliers really did the state a favor. They didn't have to do that, but they agreed to be our partner in reducing costs to the state, and we appreciate that. And another initiative, again, that Stephen mentioned is around vehicle purchases. The state, just in the last year-over-year reduction, has cut its purchasing of vehicles by over 57%. And I know the numbers you shared seem large, but again, it helps to have the context of what history looks like to show that a lot of efforts have really been taken. And the final data point I'll offer is that year-over-year contract spending in the state is down over $2 billion from a high of almost $11 billion the year before to this most recent year, 08-09, to just barely under $9 billion, about $8.9 billion. So that represents about an 18.6% reduction in contract spending across the state. And the reason why I bring that up is that that work was not done by me alone. There are literally hundreds, and hundreds of state employees that are very dedicated civil servants that came up with a number of creative ideas to drive costs out of contracting. And they deserve our recognition and appreciation for that work. And I believe that they are doing the state a tremendous benefit in their contracting and procurement jobs. With all that said, I also agree that there are still more opportunities to take advantage of. And we welcome your guidance and cooperation and ideas to do that. And you have our commitment to pursue those. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Huber.
Thank you. And I do appreciate you giving some context to the numbers, because this isn't an opportunity just to take political pot shots at DGS. But I got to tell you, even when you're talking about reducing cost through the supplier side and negotiating discounts, renegotiating leases to save money, all of that sounds great. But one of the things that I'm trying to hear today is some kind of an analysis of necessity. Every family has to do that, has to say, can we know that the car's on its last legs. Can we really afford to put new tires on the car right now? And I think that's one of the things that's missing as you're looking at the public reports of how we're spending money, is the real reason why this is essential. Why do we have to spend money on X, Y, Z? And without that kind of transparency, how do we justify to the public that that kind of money's being spent?
I agree completely. Yeah, I agree that that is important.
Well, I guess the question is, how do we move towards that?
Well, the way that the authority is vested in the state is that departments and agencies have budgets, and those budgets go through a process, including going through an administrative review and a legislative review, and those budgets get established, and then those employees are charged with going out and delivering on the program that is authorized in their budget.
But a budget is a flashpoint in time. It says on this particular day, this is what we're expecting our expenses and our revenues to be for the next year. And throughout the course of that year, just for us alone, dramatic changes have happened to our economy that have affected our budgets. And what I get that some of that falls on us, but some of it also falls on you.
Sure.
In seeing that coming down the road, and how do we put processes in place that make sure that we're not wasting money in a time where we have budget crisis after budget crisis. If we got to find additional money for the expenses that you authorize, how do we fix that? I mean, we're talking about reform on this side, on performance-based budgeting is possibly a measure, about doing sunset review processes, but how do we fix it on the DGS level from your perspective?
Well, the tools that we've taken advantage of are the numerous executive orders that the governor has issued regarding these different categories, specifically executive orders to reduce contracting by 15% and the executive orders around reducing fleet. And we've implemented those, we think, effectively, and the results, we believe, again, with the reductions that we talked about, are evident.
Assemblymember Buchanan.
I just want to clarify. I've always been under the assumption that DGS in many respects acts like an agency, or acts like an agent for other agencies in terms of acquiring property, executing the purchases, and all of that. So to what extent you have authority to deny purchases, or, where is that line drawn?
Yeah, and I appreciate you asking that question, because to the extent that a department does have the budgetary authority to enter into a contract, we have no authority to prevent that from happening unless it's given to us by the governor, and that's why these executive orders have been so important.
You see, what I would say is that when you have a state that does workload budgets, business hasn't done them for 4 or 5 decades. Most local agencies don't do them for 4 or 5 decades. You essentially have a spend it or lose it situation, and that's where oftentimes we end up with when you're near the end of the budget year. It's makes sense for agencies to spend the money, because if not, not only do they lose it in the current year, but they have a lower base going into the prior year. So I think the real issue lies in with how we budget in this state, and not necessarily with DGS acting as an agent to carry out requests from other agencies when they don't have direct responsibility for those budgets.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hagman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a couple of general questions. I remember going through this. I'm a private business sector person, but then I had the budget on the city. And I was always wondering how much we could pay so much more through the cities when we do purchasing than we do through the private sector. Because, for example, on vehicles, we usually buy the sticker price of a vehicle versus when I go negotiate for vehicles, usually way below the sticker price of the vehicle. I'm wondering from your perspective, since you're kind of like the bigger oversee, just a couple of questions. Generally, like when you replace the vehicles, how many miles they have, what kind of criteria do you use to replace vehicles? I know at a certain point it became more costly to repair than would be to replace, so we kind of budget that out on our fleets. I'm very curious about the furniture. It seems like a lot of money going out the furniture. I understand a lot of it's going to the prison industries. I'm surprised on the cost for a desk or a chair when we're using basically almost free labor. It seems like I could buy it cheaper from Office Depot. I'm just wondering your perspective on that. And I think more what this may come down to is I found out through my investigation on the city side is that usually as the legislative body puts so many restrictions and so many qualifications on vendors and the way you buy stuff that sometimes we're the inhibitor for you to get the best deal. Sure. So I'd like to have your input of what suggestions you give to us. I know when we're leasing out buildings, a lot of times that all the service personnel in that building, if we're 100% occupier of that building, have to be prevailing wage in every scale versus if we just lease out offices. When these times of fiscal crisis, what from your perspective can you give us suggestions to maybe loosen your hands to be able to get those better deals for the residents? So furniture, vehicles, and then...
Yeah, there's a lot there. I will actually defer some of those questions to the panels that are following. I believe there are panels specifically on furniture and automobiles. But just as it pertains to negotiating contracts, the state, I think, is actually quite effective in leveraging its volume. We do have a statewide contract for vehicles, so we're very aggressive in our bidding. And if you talk to the dealers that actually win those contracts, they have very, very thin margins. They really don't make much on that business. So I think we have pretty effective contracts from that perspective. I would agree that my background is primarily the private sector. I've only been in the state for 2 years. I worked at companies like Dell, Levi Strauss, and actually with very small venture-backed entrepreneurial companies. And there is a cost to doing business in the state. It doesn't mean that cost is inappropriate, right? We have certain values and certain principles that we are charged with upholding either through the Constitution or through other laws. But there's absolutely a cost to doing business the way that we do it in the state. And so any help you can provide in reducing regulation and making it easier, particularly for small businesses, to contract with the state would be greatly appreciated.
But we need to know that from those who are actually doing that because, whether our average stay up here is 4 or 5 years as legislators, so a lot of these things may have been passed 20 years ago that we might even be aware of what restrictions, what kind of handcuffs are on the government from providing services or equipment from that regards. Like I said, I hear a lot of this stuff through the grapevine of what we have to go through to actually qualify for building. I remember back when I was on the WIB board, we were trying to negotiate with EDD for a joint one-stop in San Bernardino County. And the restrictions and the type of building they had to be in made it to there was no buildings left in San Bernardino County because everything had to be up to earthquake code this and these kind of qualifications. And by the time we're done, we're paying literally 3 or 4 times the amount to go partner with them than what we can negotiate as a county entity, which I can't believe there's that much difference between 2 government entities, but there was that much on there. So those are type of things we need to hear back from your department and saying, these are some ways. Now you have to give up this to get that. Sure. But this is what we could do. For that little one case of the leasing that property, it was from $1.87 square foot to 6 something to find something that qualifies as a state building, and they were going to be one tenant of a large entity, and we just couldn't afford to do that, so we couldn't partner up with them. But those are the type of things we need to hear back from you.
Yeah, and while I don't have anything specific to offer today, I would be happy to go back and kind of gather the best thinking and get back to the committee on that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Strickland.
I'm hoping perhaps you can clarify for me some of the purchasing processes. So each agency has a limit on what they can spend on technology or non-technology items. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we refer to that as a delegation limit.
Okay. And then anything above that, is that when someone has to come to you and ask for approval for the purchase?
Yes, generally that's true for most categories.
Okay. In your testimony just a moment ago, you said that you have the authority to approve and authorize expenditures, but then you also seem to say that you did not have authority to not authorize those expenditures?
Our authority is vested in the public contract code and government code, and as a result, we are looking for compliance with those codes. So we would not approve or authorize a contract that violates the competitive bidding rules, or that violates reporting rules, or that violates contracting rules, such as contracting with third world countries that have like a terrorist nature. There's laws that govern the way that we grant that approval. One of those does not. There's no law that says that DGS has the authority to tell a department that their purchase is just a bad idea, like that's a bad use of money. No such authority exists.
Okay, so you aren't able to assess the necessity of an item, but merely write the check if it meets certain criteria of it being in their budget and.
Yeah, and we don't write the check, but we authorize the actual contract is what we do.
Okay. How many vehicles did you approve for the Department of Transportation in 2009?
I don't have that number. I think there is a panel coming up on fleet specifically, but we could also get that number for the committee.
Are you able to speak about specifics about any of the departments that we're evaluating here today and the number of vehicles or furniture or conferences that were okayed by your department?
No, not per se. Again, it's my understanding that those panels would answer those questions.
The authorization, however, comes through your department. Is that correct?
Yes. So, and it changed. Remember, there was an executive order issued in July of 2009. Up until July, we negotiate a statewide contract, which really drives the best deal for the state. There's no commitment in terms of how many vehicles we'll buy, but it essentially says if we go buy a vehicle, we'll get this price and this kind of service. So really optimizing the terms of any future purchases. When an agency needed an automobile, at that point they would come through our division if they didn't have the delegation, and we would actually place the purchase order for them. And part of that process was that cars had to be looked at from our fleet, our division of fleet, that would really ascertain whether they needed the vehicle and whether it was there was an opportunity, instead of buying a new car, to circulate another existing car. Well, when the executive order came out, additional restrictions were placed on that process, including requiring authorization by their agency secretary and authorization by the Secretary of State and Consumer Services Agency. So there was already, I think, a good process in place. When the executive order came out, it made it very restrictive. And to our knowledge, essentially no light-duty vehicles have been purchased since the issuance of the executive order.
So since the issuance of the executive order, you've no longer been able to provide recommendations for not purchasing vehicles?
We still have that authority, but additional layers are required by the agency. So before they even come to us, they literally have to get a signature by their secretary that says, yeah, we need this vehicle. And then it's also got to go through another agency, State and Consumer Services Agency.
I don't mean to belabor this, but I thought you just said that you didn't evaluate the necessity. All you did was authorize if it met certain criteria.
Yeah, and fleet is a good example of where the state actually does have more authority. So I administer about $10 billion a year of purchases, from food to handguns to IT equipment and services. Generally, we don't have that authority. Fleet is one example where the department does have more broad authority.
And do you have any idea within the last year how many purchases were not made in an effort to use an existing fleet vehicle in its place?
I do not have that information. I believe that a future panel could address that, but I can't speak for them. And we can also take that as a homework item to get back to you.
I think I'm just a little bit frustrated with this process, that it seems that there's no one looking over to see whether or not vehicles are made. I mean, we have a list of vehicle purchases, for example, during the last year, and a lot of these purchases came in January, February, March of 2009.
Sure.
Do you feel that individuals might have anticipated an executive order from the governor restricting purchases and therefore might have stocked up, in essence?
Generally, the way that those contracts work is that we give the manufacturers a forecast of what we think that we'll buy, and they actually leave the contracts open for a very short amount of time. They're not even open for the full year. And so agencies need to put in their purchase intent to us actually in December and January. They have to tell us then what they plan to purchase, because if they don't, then we can't actually get them allocation. So I think it has more to do with just the way that the auto manufacturers sell to the state.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Jeffries.
Yeah, if I could follow up briefly on something that Mr. Hagman broached on. That's the use of the prison industry authorities, and I'd appreciate it if you could, or maybe the committee will have to later, sort of brief me on the use of prison industry authority purchases. My concern is California's high unemployment rate, people looking for work, trying to keep their jobs. Wouldn't we have a better bang for our buck to actually invest in the private sector purchases where people are actually going to work and pay taxes, which then fund state services? Or do we pay into the prison industry authority and not keep anybody employed in the private sector who pays taxes? Can you kind of walk me through the procedures for the use of prison industry authority?
You know, I'm certainly not prepared to comment on the kind of overall benefit or costs of PIA. I can say that generally if an agency needs to buy furniture, they make a request to PIA to see if they can fulfill that request. And if PIA cannot, either due to time or to some kind of a specification limitation, or if the cost is too high, then that agency can request a waiver from PIA, and they generally are granted waivers and may then proceed to buy out the statewide contract. In terms of whether that's the right set of economics and whether it's the right policy decision, that's certainly not my call.
So walk me through the initial part there where they have to get a waiver from PIA. It's kind of like the fox guarding the chicken coop. They decide if they want the business or not. Does every state agency have to go to them first before they go to the private sector, or how does it work?
Any state agency that's under the authority of the governor. So that generally excludes the university systems. It excludes, I believe, some of the unemployment insurance boards and folks like that. But yeah, generally for the state government, that would be the case.
Very good. Thank you very much.
I have one follow-up question to the PIA question. What's the rough percentage of the $30 million in furniture that were purchased in 2009 that were PIA purchases?
I do not have that data. Again, we could try to get that as a takeaway, but once the purchase goes to PIA, it really drops off our radar. We only know what goes to the contracts that we administer.
Well, but then you could back that out and you would get the percentage, right?
Yeah, potentially.
There's only two numbers. There's
and
PIA
I don't know how
and
much
non-PIA.
Of what PIA, what is purchased from PIA goes into the reporting system.
Okay. Assemblymember Emerson. Okay. Assemblymember Fletcher.
Thank you. When you came to the hearing, you were aware we were curious about car purchases, vehicles, and outside conferences.
Yes.
Okay. I think some of the frustration you're getting is we are going to hear from a panel of independent agencies, and they can answer specifically about theirs, but we're not hearing from every agency in the state. And so when we're trying to get a sense globally of what the state's doing, and we ask how many cars were purchased, how many cars were denied, I think that's a reasonable question that you should have been prepared to answer, given that the subject of the hearing was this topic, and you're first, and you essentially represent all of the agencies. Mm-hmm. And so I think, if there's some way we could drill down a little bit, because I can ask DMV or Health and Human Services or Air Resources Board, and they can tell me for their individual agency, but you're the one that's responsible for all of them.
Assemblymember Fletcher, may I suggest that we have Rob Cook join us? He is in the audience. This is his specific area of expertise, and while he wasn't identified early in the agenda as being a person of particular interest, we would like to bring him forward and give you the opportunity to.
If the chair doesn't post, that would be helpful, because it's not. We're just trying to get a sense of kind of where we are on the whole, and then we can ask individual agencies. And then real quick, I just wanted to review, if we could, the couple things that we were going to follow up on as you provided additional information. That was one of them. And then the second was some regulatory relief that we could potentially be a part of providing. And then there were a couple other things. Do you remember what they were as far as commitments you'd made to supply the committee?
That's why we have folks tracking those
Okay,
for
good.
us.
When we're done, maybe we could have them bring a note just so we're clear and you're clear and everybody knows what follow-up input we should expect. That'd be helpful. Thanks. And I think it was in reference to Ms. Strickland's question about the kind of total number of cars, how many have been denied, how many have been purchased across the board.
Okay. I can give you generally the process that's gone through on vehicle acquisitions in general. Agencies, the state of California, as you imagine, has a very complicated fleet. There are 9 agencies counting the CSU. We call the Big Nine that own about 82% of the fleet, and then about 100 vehicle-owning agencies that own a few vehicles here and there. The large agencies, we work with them and establish an asset management plan, identifying the number of vehicles that they have, the number of vehicles that will be running into replacement criteria in the coming year, and establishing what they expect to acquire. Now, that's also constrained by their budgets. They may or may not be able to replace all the vehicles that come up that are running out to standards, which are
Real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. What are the standards for replacement? How many miles?
120,000 for light-duty vehicles, 150,000 for medium and heavy-duty vehicles.
So at 120,000, you buy a brand new car, even if the 120,000 mile car is running fine?
That's a standard that we look at for replacement. If the vehicle's fine, the agency can retain it. We won't entertain it unless it's at the standard. We won't entertain replacement. There's a difference on CHP vehicles. They run to 100,000. They put, as you can imagine, a lot of heavy-duty use on those vehicles, so the standard is lower. But that's a minimum threshold.
Okay.
There are many vehicles in the fleet that survive well past that stage. That acquisition plan, that asset management plan is put in place. We have it as something to judge when folks come forward with vehicle acquisition requests. It's judged against that plan and whether they're exiting vehicles out of their fleet that have hit a standard.
Okay. But to the numbers, I think, which is what we were looking for. The numbers of cars purchased, the number of purchase requests that were denied. I think that's kind of what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, and I don't, right off the top of my head, I don't know the number that were acquisition requests that were denied. I can tell you what the numbers that were acquired in year-over-year numbers. In calendar 2008, there were approximately a little over 3,500 vehicles acquired for about just short of $80 million. In 2009, with the executive orders and other things going on, and obviously budget crunch, the number of approved vehicles was under 1,300, about a 64% drop, and the overall spend was about $34 million on those vehicles.
And approved and purchased are the same.
Approved. Some approvals, folks don't execute they get an approval, they get a stamped purchase order from our approval. They can go forward to one of the approved vendors. Some agencies, because of funding or timing or whatever else, don't exercise all of their acquisitions.
Okay. Would you say for 2008 that 3,500 was that about roughly average for previous?
The prior year was a little bit higher, about over 3,600. The year prior to that was over 4,000. Give or take, it's between going back historically, it's between 4,000 and 5,000 vehicle replacements a year. The largest single acquirer of those is CHP. And for obvious reasons, they have a high duty cycle on their vehicles. They hit mileage at about, I think, if I remember this, about 18 months on their vehicles. Right. And they've been pretty well worn out by the time they hit the...
Well, and they have a different nature of the job where it's probably a little more important that their car function. So in essence, from the mid-2000s until now, we've essentially cut, we're doing about a quarter of the cars. If we're doing 1,300 and we were at about 5,000.
I tell you, in 2009, it dropped off dramatically. And in 2010, there have been no approvals made. We will be working with agencies no light-duty vehicles approved. We have approved the acquisition of 7 fire engines.
Right.
There are certain assets the state has. Obviously, we're going to respond to fires. We're going to respond to accidents. We're going to respond to emergencies.
Okay. And then last question, Mr. Chairman, I'm done. How does the pool work? I mean, the cars that are in the state pool, is each agency have their own pool? Is it one big pool? And I ask, like, when I got elected, I took a used car from the pool, but I don't know what that meant. I don't know where.
Yeah, that means different things. Most of the fleet is owned by individual agencies.
Right.
And the Department of General Services is one of the big 8 or 9. We have a fleet, but it's a support fleet. It is a leased fleet that goes out and supports other agencies. One of our large customers is Corrections Paroles. We support their parole agents out in the field through a leased fleet because it's a turnkey solution for them. There are other entities that we don't support. We don't provide support to the Assembly, but we do to the Senate. Senate leases vehicles through DGS to support senators.
So as a car's not needed anymore, say that person's position's eliminated in that car, so it stays with that agency and their fleet, so then they can use it again, or does it go? That's
they should be. An agency should be reutilizing a vehicle.
right.
The extent that they don't need it, they should exit it out of their fleet. And this is an informal network that's been in place for literally decades because the key fleet managers know each other.
Right.
If they're looking for an asset, we try to find a reuse for it within the state.
So the 1,300 new ones that were authorized, basically there was an effort made on each of those to say, is there an existing car somewhere in the state that meets that need, and we'll just supply that one? Does that happen for each one of those?
It does. The first stop is if an agency is coming forward for an acquisition request. Agencies are also required to, on every 6-month basis, report in on underutilized vehicles.
Okay.
And to the extent the duty standard for a vehicle is 12,000 miles over a year, or use on 80% of available days.
Okay.
And a vehicle that doesn't hit either of those two standards should be reported as an underutilized vehicle. Somebody comes in with an acquisition request, they're first asked, well, we see on your report that you have underutilized vehicles.
Use that.
Okay. That's correct.
Good. Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Assemblymember Caballero. And before you start, I want to clarify. CHP is in Skippers, and they were not one of the top purchasers of vehicles. That if they had been, they would be here too, or we would have exempted them because they're emergency vehicles. But they were not one of the top purchasers, according to our analysis. Just to be clear, Assemblymember Caballero.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for missing some of the testimony. But when I walked in, there was a discussion about the process, and I guess what I'm a little bit confused about is I recall the governor issued an executive order in August of 2008, and I'm working backwards. We've been in this crisis now for so many since I got here in 2006, and in that order, what he said was that we were not to purchase any vehicle that were not emergency vehicles, that we were not to purchase any equipment that was not absolutely necessary, and we were not to and this applied to all departments, there was not to be any travel that was deemed non-necessary as well. And so it comes as a surprise as I'm looking through the vehicles. I was trying to get a sense of that. And I hate to pick on the Parks and Recs department, but that's what I have right in front of me. It's a couple hundred vehicles, and I'm trying to figure out how a couple hundred vehicles ends up being. And again, I understand the emergency vehicles and the life or the presumed life in our city. When I was the mayor, our officers, the police officer vehicles, had the same standard, 100,000 miles, but as a mayor, what we decided is we'd go up to 150,000 miles as a way to get us past the fiscal crisis that we were facing. And if the vehicle obviously was not inoperable, then we took it off when we purchased a new one. And I'm just trying to, as I'm looking through these, some of these are just passenger vehicles. And I'm having a really hard time understanding how we end up in a situation where we are in the biggest fiscal crisis that the state has seen in over 60 years, and yet we're buying passenger vehicles in the numbers that I'm seeing on this particular document, and I'm assuming that this is not the only department. And this at a time, I see the dates of January 2009, this at a time when the governor had already indicated in his budget proposal closing this department. And so I'm looking at this thinking, you know, we didn't go along with it. It didn't happen. But if we're looking at a department where the governor has said we're going to close it, chain it up, and then we're buying 200 vehicles, how that makes sense in the big scheme of things. And it was the legislature that refused to do that. But still, we've got over 200 vehicles here, and I'm wondering if someone can address that issue. I'm really frustrated because the governor's executive order, I thought, was a year late, and I was glad that he issued it because I thought things were going to change. And then to kind of see this, and I'm feeling like it's kind of like a kick in the gut because this happens at the executive level. The legislature doesn't have the ability to walk into the departments and say, look, how are you doing this and what are you doing? We can have these hearings afterwards. But it's frustrating to me to see that that there's not the same sense of seriousness about this fiscal crisis. And I'm not sure what the question is there, but I'm a little bit frustrated.
Maybe they just didn't believe him.
If I could respond to part of that, the governor's executive order was issued in July of 2009, not a year earlier in 2008. And I can guarantee you that has been abided by. There's been we will be considering emergency vehicle purchases as they proceed, but the governor's executive order has been well heeded, and acquisitions ceased in mid 2009.
Just for the members, in tab 5, we have the fleet handbook in there. On page 4, right about the middle of the page, there's a box that has the replacement schedule criteria for you, and I think this is what Assemblymember Caballero was getting at, is the ability of DGS to make adjustments to this replacement criteria in light of the situation that we're in right now. Is that a fair question? And yeah.
The replacement criteria on light-duty non-law enforcement vehicles is something within the purview of Department of General Services to adjust, since we have the authority to approve or deny acquisitions. I would not want to step forward and make any pronouncements from the Department of General Services regarding CHP's vehicles without close consultation with that agency to make sure that they are safe.
But you could do a dual standard for CHP. We all get CHP's the exception, but you could have a dual standard for police vehicles or policing vehicles and passenger cars and pickup trucks that are running around the state.
Yes,
thank you. Assemblymember Strickland.
How many vehicles did you retire out of the state fleet last year?
I don't know the numbers over last. I don't know the numbers over last year. I do know that since the executive order went into place, it's been over 1,500.
So in the last 6 months, you have retired 1,500 vehicles. How about 2008?
I do not. I can get those numbers for you, but I do not know them off the top of my head.
If you are not replacing a vehicle, what is the criteria for authorizing the purchase of a vehicle?
If you're not replacing,
right,
and if you're growing your fleet.
Correct.
I will tell you what the fleet operation would look for: a budget change proposal that indicates that an agency has gained a new function and has budget, and as part of that, they would need vehicles to meet that mission. Case in point, a review of in the budget process of 2000 for the 9-10 budget, there was an additional authorization, an additional augmentation for the California Highway Patrol. We're growing by a couple of hundred officers. Their duty cycle at 2.5 officers per vehicle, and they will be growing their fleet, assuming it's all approved, by about 96 vehicles. And that's the sort of material that we would be expecting from somebody if they're going to grow their fleet, that they've got a new duty, they've got a new need.
So you do not authorize the purchase of vehicles then if they cannot prove that A, it's within their budget, and B, it's been legislatively authorized?
We don't approve growing a fleet unless it's been, unless there's the budget document states that they're going to be gaining a new function.
So in 2008, when you purchased 3,500 new vehicles for the state's fleet, how many of those were new vehicles, newly authorized versus replacement vehicles?
I don't know the 2008 numbers. I can tell you the 2009 numbers. There were more than 1,200 authorizations. More than 800 of those were replacement, and the balance, something on the order of 300 and 350 were new vehicles, additions to the fleet.
Does DGS maintain a database of vehicles that are available for state use?
We have a database known as Fleet Asset Management System that has a record of all state agencies' vehicles.
If I am coming to you and I've asked for a new car, do you immediately go to that database then and say, oh, we've got this car that meets your criteria, and then you get one out of the fleet? Or do you authorize a new vehicle?
What we would be asking for somebody, if they had underutilized vehicles within their fleet, we would redirect them and ask them to see if those vehicles would meet their needs. If not, predominantly it would be a purchase. We should not have, and we don't have idle vehicles laying around for somebody to just pick up. They would be acquiring a new vehicle off of a state vehicle contract.
I thought you said you had vehicles that you could give when someone said they need a new vehicle. Is that not accurate? Just a moment ago, you said that you had vehicles that you would be able to give someone if, or to give a department or agency if indeed they needed one, and you had others at your disposal.
I didn't say that. The Department of General Services maintains a lease fleet that we support other agencies in, and we will, for example, if somebody needs that level of support, we will acquire vehicles. If we do not have vehicles at our disposal, we will acquire vehicles on their behalf and lease them to them. But we don't have vehicles just lying around.
Do you maintain a process for a database for furniture that the state owns that's being used in case a new office opens up, DMV opens a new office and they need new furniture? Do you have, I assume...
No, there's no statewide, asset accounting system, asset management system. That's something that we would hope to receive when the state eventually deploys its enterprise resource planning system. There's a project called Fiscal, and some of that functionality could be delivered there. But when someone needs to buy furniture, they are required to find out if any excess furniture exists.
How do they find out if you don't have a database?
We have a warehouse where we store the equipment, the excess property warehouse. I don't know if you want to talk to that, but essentially our real estate services division manages those requests, and they make the assessment of whether or not any existing furniture could be redeployed first.
So if I want new furniture, I call your Department of...
the Real Estate Services Division.
And ask that person if they have... And is that a required first step?
Yes,
or not necessarily?
For all furniture purchases, yes.
Okay. And then that person just knows all of the furniture in their warehouse and is able to assess?
Yeah, it's a little more detailed than that. It's not like we have a person and they're Mr. Furniture, right? So there are, forms that people fill out. It's essentially like a requisition form, and it gets submitted to the division. The division has the information about what excess furniture is available. I don't know if it resides in a database per se, or if they keep it in spreadsheets, but they know what exists.
And so that person then, they can give the okay. That person then has the authority, or department, I guess, to determine if those needs aren't able to be met within the existing resources.
Then the next step is for those folks to go to PIA, the Public or the Prison Industry Authority. And then if that process doesn't work for what we talked about earlier, then they can go buy off the statewide contract.
Okay. And do you have a database or a list or a binder of information about the different state buildings that are owned and what conference rooms are available and meeting facilities so that when someone needs to host a meeting of 25 folks, they don't have to go over to the Sheraton. They can call, find out where
that
they can meet
exists.
within the state.
It's online. It's on DGS's website. There's a listing of all conference rooms that exist in state buildings. There's no centralized reservation system for that. So really, if you see a conference room that looks like something you'd like to use, then you contact the contact person listed and see if you can schedule that room.
And under what circumstances, then, is a department able to go outside of use of a state facility to rent something at a hotel? Are there guidelines for that?
Again, you're pushing the edges of my personal understanding. It's a fair question. It's my understanding that if you have the budgetary authority to go conduct that meeting, and there's no other authority, such as an executive order restricting that meeting, then you could go ahead and proceed with your authority.
So there is no encouragement then to use existing state facilities and resources to host your conference or committee or meeting? Or
I believe that there is, actually. There's a great deal of encouragement. Again, if you go back and look at the executive orders telling folks not to conduct any unnecessary events and to really conserve cash, I believe that there's plenty of guidance for people to do that. And we have made those resources available to the state. We've listed all the conference rooms to the end that you're referring to.
Well, and that's excellent. I find, though, that the Department of Education spent nearly $1 million on 4 meetings in the early part of last year, and it seems to me that when we are looking at releasing felons out of our prisons and laying off firefighters and teachers, that this would be an easy way to save our resources. In the first part of last year, did DGS dissuade any state agencies from purchasing vehicles and perhaps finding them underutilized vehicles or other options instead of purchasing vehicles?
I can get you data on rejected acquisitions. I don't know those numbers.
What are the reasons you would reject a request for a new vehicle outside of being over the mileage?
You mean not? There are requesting. We actually look at a number of things. We would be looking at whether they were asking for an appropriate class of vehicle to meet the function. We also have federal laws that we need to deal with on acquisition of alternative fuel vehicles as a priority. But we would be rejecting acquisitions that weren't supported by if, for example, someone was attempting to grow their fleet without budgetary authority that's sitting behind it. That would be something that we would push back to the department. Those, in general, if they have a demonstrated need for a vehicle and they are replacing vehicles out and they're asking for appropriate class of vehicle, we would approve that.
Under what circumstances would vehicle purchases and furniture purchases be logged in the DGS budget versus an agency's budget?
Why don't you answer for vehicles?
Yeah, I'll answer that for vehicles. The only extent that the DGS budget would have that for vehicles would be our leased fleet. We're out there supporting somebody else, and so they may have the operating expense to handle that. They don't have they would not have the capital budget set aside. We would acquire vehicles on their behalf and support them that way.
So for furniture, those purchases that were on behalf of other agencies would never be part of DGS's budget, to my knowledge. I believe that the cost for those purchases would be directly borne by the agency that was purchasing them.
Well, I have in our information here that General Services spent almost $800,000 the first 3 months of last year. nearly $2 million in the next 3 months, and then the last 6 months of the year, $5.2 million. So is that for the sustaining your department?
Assemblymember Strickland, we do have other experts here in the room that can speak specifically to our real estate services division who make those purchases, and with the chairman's permission, we could bring those members too, but they were part of a later panel.
I actually am not speaking to any specific furniture purchases, although I have some. My question is, at what point do you log that as an expense under the Department of General Services versus someone else perhaps wanting to shift their budget expenses elsewhere? That's my concern, is that if there are agencies that are buying furniture, buying vehicles, having conferences or whatever, and then they're being billed under DGS. That's my question.
Okay, I appreciate the question. Now I understand. You're looking at I believe you're looking at a report out of a system called Skipper's, the state contracting contracts. I can't even remember what the acronym means, right? Reporting system. That is not a budgetary report. Okay, so budgets are separate from that. That is a standalone system. Again, reference back to the opportunity to have a more integrated system through a project like Fiscal. It could become a budgetary report, but today that is purely a reflection of what a department says that they're planning to buy or the purchase orders that they've entered. It doesn't even reflect what they actually paid for those items.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Lowenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for the work that you've done in trying to lower the costs and renegotiate the leases and find the concessions. It troubles me that we had to wait for a fiscal crisis to engage in that kind of negotiation. Is there anything that you've learned during this time that would be permanent, including in times of largesse, if that ever comes for the state of California?
Assemblymember Lowenthal, I think that there are many lessons that we've learned along the way, and I think that we'd be more than glad to share some of those lessons obviously in a document that we can put together. I'm not prepared here today to speak to those, but I think we've all learned lessons as we've struggled in these economic times to find maximum services and efficiencies. And
I would appreciate that if that's forthcoming at a later date.
I would also offer that, back to my comments about the staff and the work that they do. The department has been engaged in the business of negotiating contracts for a number of years. Mm-hmm. And they do an effective job, I believe, on establishing what we call statewide contracts. Many of those go through a process that we refer to as strategic sourcing. And that process has yielded literally hundreds of millions of dollars of savings to the state. Unfortunately, when we engage in activities like that, it does put pressure on businesses, and the department does come under criticism from different elements of our state. For folks that would instead prefer that we give that business to small businesses or something else. And so there are definitely a number of priorities to balance here. I think the staff has been doing this work for a long time. The effort that we've gone through recently was really more of what you might refer to as a fire drill, where we went out to our suppliers and said, look, we just need your help. And I don't think that can be sustained on a long-term basis.
Are there preferences for California businesses?
There are preferences for California businesses that are certified small businesses or certified disabled veteran business enterprises.
Just one last comment. It seems that there is a disconnect in terms of verification for compliance, because once you receive the orders, you have no way of verifying whether they comply with the criteria. Is that correct? You seem to indicate there was a firewall there between you and the agencies.
It is the agency's obligation to ensure that whatever they pay for, that they receive fair compensation, goods, services, whatever that might be.
So you're not in a position to question that then?
No, we
The compliance is all at the agency
if
level.
we find, however, that there is noncompliance, then we do have the ability to take action as it pertains to the contractor. If we find a contractor that is, not meeting their obligations, then we can either terminate their contract or renegotiate. And if the agency is somehow not compliant, then we have the ability to reduce or eliminate their authority to buy things on their own.
So there's no legislative action needed to improve compliance.
Well, I can't answer that question. I can say that we are taking advantage of all the authority that we have today, and we're open to any improvements, as I said in my opening statements, that may be in the offing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly members, Strickland, Vice Chair Strickland.
I'm sorry, just one last question. Does DGS track the rental of vehicles?
DGS has established contracts with rental car companies. Our primary provider is Enterprise, and we do get reports on those. Yes, on the usage of those contracts.
So do you have any number for how many days or how many cars were rented within the last fiscal year, calendar year?
I can provide that information. I don't have it at hand.
I think it speaks to, especially as we get to the conferences and committees, when we put these things in various places around the state and then send several hundred individuals to, let's say, Palm Springs, which is not necessarily right near an airport, that then we rent hundreds of, I would suspect, or quite a number of rental vehicles to then get these state employees to that conference. And that would be a concern of mine, that, and probably a necessary expenditure, while it is indeed not at a state facility, just one other way that we could start saving the state money. So as we move forward here, I would think that that would be one way where we could look to reducing expenses. Thank you.
If you could give us some kind of report on the last 5 fiscal years, or some reasonable amount of time, so we could see what the pattern is.
Certainly. Be
Thank
more
you.
than happy to.
Assemblymember Block.
Thank you. Picking up on a question from Assemblymember Lowenthal, she asked about preference for California businesses. It was stated that small businesses, veteran-owned businesses are given preference. Does that mean that outside of those two categories, California businesses are not given preference over businesses from Texas or North Carolina or wherever?
That's correct. We have no authority to offer any kind of a preference other than the two I mentioned.
And would that require a legislative fix to give California business a preference?
It may, and I can say that there have been laws passed historically by California Act and things like that that through analysis by folks better schooled in the law than me have been deemed troublesome from a constitutional approach, interference with interstate commerce when you start to prefer one company over another based on where they're located. Can get you into trouble, but that's not my area of expertise, just to offer that as a perspective.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I have some questions, I think, to touch on some of these issues before we bring up the panelists on the specific purchases. First of all, does DGS determine who gets to use a vehicle? Or does each agency and department determine?
We do not, man.
Are there rules, in other words, that cut across state agencies and departments as to who gets to use a state vehicle within a department or agency?
For non-law enforcement light-duty vehicles, we have zero authority in that regard. That's a matter of management by the individual department.
So each department, each agency determines who gets to use their vehicles. Okay. Is there a census taken of state employees who use vehicles in all of these different agencies and departments? And as a subset of that, is there a census taken of who needs a vehicle to perform their duties, as opposed to someone who could occasionally take a pool car out or something for other purposes?
In both cases, the answer is no. Mr. Butler brings up a good point. We do have an underutilized vehicle report. It doesn't speak specifically to individuals. It speaks to the assets. If they're underutilized, they should be coming in on a report to us every 6 months.
And you see where I'm going with this. If we had a census taken of who needs a vehicle to perform their job functions, and that was your baseline number for how many vehicles you needed, then you would just have some small number above that for pool vehicles for that agency or department. This is the kind of common sense approach to management that I think this committee is looking for. There has to be some correlation. When you said that we retired 1,200 vehicles last year, what was the number? 1,500?
Since July, it's been more than 1,550.
Okay. So we retire X number of cars, and then we have X number of replacements, and then we have X number of new cars that we had to purchase for new responsibilities, and then we end up roughly where we were before. That doesn't get to the core of the issue, which is who needs to have a car, and then we work our way back from that. And I think that's an analysis that needs to happen above and beyond cutting by 15%, because cutting by 15% is just cutting off of what we have, but we don't know that we need what we have. And so I think if we could work on something along those lines of figuring out who has to have a vehicle to perform their job functions, and then we work our way back from that, I would imagine that we would have a significant drop in the number of vehicles that we need in the state government.
I would offer up one really good example of someone who's of an agency that's really figured that out for the most part. California Highway Patrol has a duty standard. They have 2.5 officers per patrol vehicle. That's their, and those vehicles are out in use. And it's not a 1-to-1; it's 2.5 to 1 ratio. If you think about an office with field agents, you've got 5 field agents, and they're and they have to do administrative work 1 day out of the week. Well, you don't need 5 vehicles; you need 4. And if they're in the office 2 days a week, you need 3. Those are management decisions that that individual agencies kind of need. Department of General Services does not know how they need to do their those various individuals need to do their job. That's the management of the individual agencies to figure out best ways of pooling their assets. And to the extent that you have an occasional use, a rental car is a perfectly good option versus having a car that's underutilized. It costs roughly $5,000 a year to maintain and own a vehicle from a capital perspective. To the extent that you're spending $4,000 on rental expenses, you're money ahead. If that's to take care of occasional use.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful, and I think that's a direction we'll want to go in. Number 2, on the conferences and meetings, I just have a really hard time understanding in this fiscal climate with 10 UCs, with 22 Cal States, with over 100 community colleges all over the state. Everywhere you would want to have a meeting, there is one of these colleges and universities. Why we wouldn't use them as our host of choice anywhere we need to be. It just, the cost would be minimal, whatever catering or incidental costs. It seems to me that would be some kind of requirement on the part of DGS that the department or agency go to one of these places first, second, third, before they go out of government buildings. You don't need to go find an office space somewhere, a conference room somewhere in some other building. You have these facilities that are anchors in their community. Is there something along those lines that could be pushed?
I would like to, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak to the fact that we at DGS feel strongly that this is the direction in which, we want to look more closely. In fact, DGS is opening up its buildings. We're moving more and more to video conferencing, webcasting, and giving making those state facilities available. That's within the DGS building asset structure. We have panels that are following that are prepared to talk more about that and their utilization of those type of options. But we are continuing to move forward and promoting this particular option within DGS for all agencies to participate.
Thank you. The third question is related to the executive order, and I'm going to make a little curious comment here. On the governor's letterhead here, it says Arnold Schwarzenegger, the people's governor. Just an observation that in a democracy, any governor is the people's governor. But I just wanted to be a little bit of a smart aleck on that. And on the order itself, it says any funds encumbered on or after March 1st, 2009 for contracts entered into for which goods and services have not been provided or for contracts proposed to be entered into during that fiscal year, regardless of funding source, are hereby disencumbered, and the funds will revert to their original funding source if no legal liability will be incurred by the state. How much disencumbrance took place as a result of this executive order? In other words, how many contracts did we stop in their tracks as a result of his executive order?
Because the vast majority of contracts that are covered by the executive order are for services. They exist under the inherent authority of those departments and those agencies. There's no statewide central reporting of those contracts. Again, I would point to the future when we have a statewide enterprise resources planning system that could tell us those answers, because that would be very important. I would offer again, though, that year over year, it looks like contract spending went down by close to $2 billion. But specific to that question, there's really no way to say.
Well, again, on June 8th, he released this executive order retroactive to March 1st. I think it would be very helpful to know if there's any mechanism, and we'll continue working with you on this, how much from June 8th back to March 1st did we recoup? How much was avoided? What costs were avoided in that time period? Because it was part of his order as well. It wasn't just going forward. Second, on the next paragraph, it's the paragraph where he says that he wants the statewide master contracts to be reduced by 15%. Do you have an agency by agency and department by department breakdown of where they were? Have you done that analysis yet for the fiscal year?
No, and agencies were not, to my knowledge, required to report that to DGS.
Is that to finance?
It may be. They were required to do it, but I don't know where the reporting was to go.
Okay, we will pursue that with finance then. And then finally, 2 paragraphs later at the bottom of the page, the director of the Department of Finance shall establish an exemption process. Are you involved in the exemption process, or is that just finance?
We are not involved in the exemption process.
Okay, we will incorporate that into our request from finance as well. And then finally, to me, this whole issue is a question of management. You have managers in specific agencies and departments who have core missions to provide services to the people of California. Is there any incentive? Is there any motivation? This was touched on by a couple of my colleagues in terms of use it or lose it budgeting. Is there any incentive for them or motivation for them to make cuts in their expenditures for stuff so that they don't get dinged from one year to the next for doing the right thing?
Well, absolutely. There's incentives. The reality is that the budget is what it is, and that we have to work within that budget. And it's clearly not business as usual in that context, that we have to find the savings. The departments that we work with are struggling to find the savings. We see a lot of things, as Jim mentioned earlier, we're seeing significant reductions in purchasing. We're seeing significant reductions in many aspects of what we do, purchasing of services, goods, vehicles, and other areas, because they're trying to operate within their means. So I do understand the concern, but I also would say that there is a strong incentive to work within those budgetary constraints in which they are struggling right now.
And I would just offer as a manager, for me, the primary incentive is around the staff that we have working for us. To the extent that we can reduce costs in other areas, it allows us to continue to, have highly trained, really effective staff that are serving the people of California. And so there's a huge incentive for me to avoid any kind of a layoff, to avoid any kind of, harm to the staff that work for me, to manage my expenses as carefully as I can, because all the dollars roll up at some point, right? And we have to deliver to a bottom line number. I also think there's a personal, professional incentive for managers to be effective. We are public servants, and we get paid for the work that we do. But when they interviewed me, they asked me why I wanted to take this job, because I came from the private sector, and I think as a lot of the folks who serve here did, I took a substantial pay cut. And I joked, well, it was the bonus plan, right? Well, there's no bonus here, they reminded me. And I said, well, I understand that, but there's a personal payoff to helping out and doing the right thing and really delivering for the state. And I imagine that's why each of you are here at the table, too. So I do believe that managers share that incentive. And as I said in my opening statement, we're open to any ideas and guidance you have for us and to really effectuate that.
We will have some staff, some committee recommendations we'll be voting on at the end, where we will focus on making some of these adjustments in terms of the reporting and some of the things that we've covered here today. Are there any other things that in these areas or any others that you think that the legislature could help you have the tools to be able to do your job more effectively?
Well, we look forward to seeing any reports that make recommendations or suggestions as to increasing efficiencies or productivity or accountability, transparency, any one of those particular areas. I, too, share with Jim that Department of General Services is an enterprise. It's a fee-for-service entity that we monitor very closely, both revenue and expenditures, and every manager has to manage to the bottom line. And I, too, share a personal responsibility with Jim that it is about ensuring that we provide maximum service, and we recognize that people's very livelihoods on the line many times when we make our decisions. So we thank this committee for its support, for its encouragement, and its recommendations.
And I would just add that having appeared before this committee in the past and having been, encouraged to come up with ideas, we very much appreciate the support we received, bipartisan support during the last legislative session to pass, landmark IT procurement reform legislation that has dramatically streamlined the way that we do IT procurements and is saving money, and we're hearing from suppliers that they're happy to bid now. We're getting more bidders than we ever did before. And also all the legislation that was passed to allow surplus property sales to take place is another terrific idea to really address the situation that we have, and we thank the legislature for their help in getting that through.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hagman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up. And when you're putting back your reports and suggestions, we could go back to the leasing of offices or space. If some kind of matrix, I would like to see two things. One, a market survey, because I know we do leases a little bit different than the private sector. We're kind of all-inclusive a lot of times, electricity and maintenance and those type of things. Trying to see what that compares with today's market rates. I know that it's gone way down. I know you did a lot of adjustments, but I'm also more want to hone in on what has the legislature put in as benchmarks for you. Like I was using an example for the EDE building in San Bernardino when we literally had to pay 4 or 5 times the amount of rent.
Sure.
Are there things that we can temporarily go out for the next 5 years to 10 years that would allow us to be able to rent, lease, those type of things at a much cheaper rate when you renegotiate? Also on the all-inclusive part, what parts, maybe what percentage are we paying for that? So if you give me a market survey, coming from the private sector, you go CB Richard Ellis, okay, here's what it is per square foot for a warehouse in this area, and we're finding out we're paying 50% more. Is that attributed to those extra things we're paying for, and are we getting what we need to get out of it? So I want to look at legislative fixes. What can we do as a body here to free up that and become a little more competitive in those leases?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we have a number of takeaways, lots of homework, so we'll make sure that we track that, Assemblyman Fletcher, and get you back what we're working on before we even get you the answers. Okay.
As always, what we'll do is we'll prepare some of the requests that were made here today and send them to you in written form so that you have it all in one place.
Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, it's 10:40, and we're ready for our second panel. The first panel is Furniture Purchases, Air Resources Board, Health and Human Services, DMV, and Department of General Services. As the representatives are coming forward, just the cumulative numbers for the members, they are on tab 3 for each of these. They're broken down by the first quarter, the second quarter, and then the second half of the year. You can see what the breakdown is for each of these agencies and departments. The Air Resources Board total is $433,000. Health and Human Services is $316,000. Department of Motor Vehicles is $3 million, and DGS is $10 million. So we will start with Air Resources Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Rob Oglesby. I'm the Legislative Director for the Air Resources Board. And I have with me Marie Stevens, who's our Chief Administrative Officer for the Air Board. Nice to see you here today and the committee members. Let me first open by saying that the Air Resources Board, like the sister agencies, implemented the governor's executive order and also achieved significant savings in our program. We saved $7.2 million under the executive order, and we're very proud of that. All that done at a time where the mandate to the Air Resources Board increased substantially. The areas where we received new assignments and substantial additional responsibilities, of course, include the Global Warming Solutions Act, AB 32, but also other areas that relate to protection of the public from diesel particulate emissions, 1B programs, additional enforcement. As a result of that growth and new responsibility, the Air Resources Board assets need to be both reconfigured and expanded. We do the same thing that the Department of General Services recited during their testimony. When we expand or have to change furniture, it's either because it's been damaged, it's out of service, or because we have some new employees or staff that need to be accommodated. They need a place to work. Our protocol for meeting that need involves looking at other agencies to see if they have surplus furniture. We do that. We have in our own building a second chance outlet where furniture that's not immediately needed by our sister agencies at Cal EPA can be reclaimed. We also go to the warehouse and get unused furniture. We also just, by working with other state agencies, find out and have used furniture. After that, the hierarchy goes to the Prison Industry Authority for the types of furniture that might meet our needs there, and then to the state-approved contractor for furniture like the modular furniture. Let me turn to the numbers that you have and add some corrections and additional information that I hope is of use to the committee. Your report focused on the $433,000 amount that was authorized for expenditure in our El Monte facilities. Now, let me first say that the El Monte facility, and I would encourage any committee member to come visit the facility because it really is one of the critical areas of the Air Resources Board. We have our mobile source laboratory there. We also have offices there. It's in a light industrial neighborhood in El Monte off of Telstar Avenue, and so I would be more than happy to have any of you come down so we can share the work that we're doing down there and give you additional insight there. Of the $433,000 that were allocated basically to deal with some build-outs and expansions down there that had been needed to accommodate our reconfigurations and some of these new duties, we have only expended $162,333. We have unexpended funds for that project in the amount of $270,000. Most of which is going to result in savings to the state funds, which are the motor vehicle account and the air pollution control account. Having said all that, as a result of the work that we've been assigned, we have had to make expansions and accommodations and reconfigurations in Sacramento as well. So I want to add that the total amount for the entire fiscal year, as you requested, is just about $525,000. So even though we have some unexpended funds, which are going to be savings, we still have substantial furniture, modular furniture. We're talking cubicles here, and some freestanding furniture like chairs to go with the cubicles to accommodate our additional responsibilities.
And are you talking about calendar year or fiscal year?
This is fiscal year numbers.
Okay, that's the difference here. We look just calendar year 09, which obviously is fiscal year 08, 09, and 09, 10. So we're talking a little bit apples and oranges. How, in terms of the expansion that you had, how many staff did you add on?
That was about 40.
Okay, all right.
How did you realize the $7.2 million savings?
That was basically deferring and curtailing contracts, deciding we did a priority ranking system about contracts that we undertook as a result of the governor's executive order 0909.
They were for things like furniture and conference rooms and cars?
I'll ask Marie if she can provide some additional.
We, as an example, canceled contracts and delivery for over 20 vehicles because the executive order said for anything that you had encumbered but had not received delivery or those services, you were to cancel, and it equated to $7.2 million.
And so do you anticipate, again, ordering those vehicles and being in receipt of them at some point?
We have not ordered any vehicles since. Many of them were replacement. I am not aware of any requests to date for any new vehicles.
So that's just a decision that you made to cut back, and you decided you didn't need 20 vehicles
to comply with the executive order. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Most of them were replacements.
Assemblymember Fletcher.
I'm sorry, I think I missed something a minute earlier. It was $525,000 was the total new furniture purchase. Is that correct?
That's correct for the fiscal year.
And you added 40 employees.
That was detailed to explain the El Monte, which is a smaller number of that.
For El Monte?
The furniture for El Monte was $162,000.
For 40 new people?
40 new people and other changes.
What's the math on that? Can you do the math?
It works out to
per person.
It's around, I think, $5,000 for a workspace. It's around $7,000.
$7,000 for a workspace? What is a workspace, and what constitutes a workspace? I mean, is this like computers and building, or is this just a desk?
This is basically building a cubicle.
It's a $7,000 cubicle? Is that normal in office furniture cost?
Yes, this is the state contract provider.
So the state contracts that state workers get a $7,000 desk, in essence.
Oh,
what am I missing?
I
this
disagree
is what
with
I don't
that
understand.
statement.
So what am I missing?
I would disagree with that statement.
Okay, so we've agreed it comes to $7,000 per person for a workspace. So what is that?
I will share a picture with you.
Perfect.
The sergeant.
Do you have this one in there?
It's the full cubicle. It's not. To be fair, it is not just a desk.
So it's a desk with walls. I'm not being flippant. I'm trying to understand how when we're cutting drastic critical services, when we got 44 kids in a class, when we are decimating public safety, all these types of things, I've got to go back and explain to my constituents how it made sense to spend $7,000 per employee so they have a place to sit and work. I mean, and is that, I mean, do you think that's a reasonable amount?
You want me to respond?
I mean, do you think that's reasonable? Could you say that for a state worker, $7,000 for a new employee per workstation is a reasonable amount?
Excuse me. I think DGS is better prepared to answer that question. I see you over.
If they're getting it off the contract list, then I think DGS is the appropriate.
Fair enough. Is it an unreasonable question to ask that $7,000 for a workstation is exorbitant?
To the layperson, no, it's not an unreasonable question. I understand your question. You have to have the understanding that this is the power that comes to that. This is the cabling that comes all the way back from the boards, from the from the electrical panel, and from the actual switchboards and everything. It's a compilation of everything that goes into that office. It's the cubicle that contains the printer.
But not the printer.
But not the printer. So it's an average for everything that's in that workspace.
Right.
For per we usually try to knock it down to a per cubicle, and it's 5,000 to 7,000 depending on.
It just seems like part of what we heard earlier is kind of the purchasing power of the state.
And I apologize. I'm Bob Courtney. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director for Real Estate Services.
Perfect. Thank you, Bob. The part of what we heard earlier was the purchasing power of the state. So because we do so much and we do so much in bulk, we get these great deals.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't built office furniture, but it seems like 7,000 per desk is a little high.
If we were just buying a desk, it would be. But
for a cubicle.
Well, as I said, it's the total build out of that. It's the it's the labor to install it. You don't just pick up a modular furniture and bring it in. It has to be assembled, and it's the design time for it. It's the complete package for that modular furniture.
Okay. And I get the state can't do it this way, but I bought a desk for my house. And I went to IKEA and I picked out a nice one and got it home and assembled it, and it was significantly less than 7,000. And I just think it's hard to go and justify in these really tough times where we're making all these drastic cuts that on a regular basis, this is the cost. It seems high to me. Back to so it was 40 for the El Monte facility out of the 525,000 you said for the whole fiscal year. Was that a correct number for furniture?
That's correct.
How many new employees were added for that?
This is to accommodate about 200 new employees.
So is the math the same on that? I'm not very good at math.
Actually, it should be less than that.
Yeah, I believe it's less. Actually, in 2007-8 and 2008-9, we received 270 new employees for the Air Resources Board. But in addition to the new staff, that's pretty significant. That was over a 20% growth in 2 years. We had existing overcrowding situations. We had furniture that was also over 30 years old. And in addition, some of that expenditure is for reasonable accommodation, ergonomic adjustments for employee health situations.
So what would you say the average is for new employee furniture spent? In El Monte, it's 7,000 across ARB. What would you say it is?
5,000.
I would say a general rule of thumb for budget purposes is 5,000 an employee, a new position, on the average.
That still seems really high. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next Health and Human Services Agency. Oh, that's you guys. Okay, sorry. Department of Motor Vehicles.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dennis Clear, the Assistant Director for Legislation. With me is Mr. Jeff Brandt, our new Deputy Director for Administration. Like Mr. Oglesby, I think this is a very good idea for certainly us to join as partners and examine some of our expenditures. I mean, we could point to the budget process as being part of the challenge, but this really isn't a budget issue. It is a management issue. And I welcome the opportunity to explain some of these furniture purchases, because when we see an LA Times headline that says the DMV, who everyone knows and everyone visits, spent all this money on furniture, I welcome the chance to explain why we did it, why we made this decision, because as someone often says, we're the face of DMV, we're also the waiting room of the state. And we have 100,000 people a day walk into our offices, 2 million a month, 25 a year. 25 million sit in our offices and wait in our offices. So the furniture is important to us. They see the furniture, and oftentimes that's all they're looking at for hours on end. So I do think this is very healthy to talk about why we invested, particularly in these fiscal times, in these offices. And I'm here to answer any questions. I think that's what you're really interested in, is those particular purchases, and why, for example, we spent $500,000 for a unit in headquarters. And so I'm open to any particular questions, unless you want me to just talk about what we did in 8-9 and then 9-10. Because we also did it by fiscal year, so I do think we'll probably have the challenge of reconciling.
And that's fine. Obviously, the numbers will be ballpark if we're making that kind of comparison. If there's a year-over-year or fiscal year-over-year change from 08-09 to, 07-08 to 08-09, I don't think you'll have the numbers for 9-10. If there's some major purchases that are being made. As we asked CARB, what staffing level changes happen that would trigger furniture purchases. So if you can address those kinds of issues briefly, and then we'll move on to the next panel.
Okay, because particularly some of those numbers that we've heard, for the 8-9 purchases that we consider to be the most significant is we did purchase $1.4 million worth of modular systems furniture, or MSF, cubicles, if you will, for our new consolidated phone center in Fresno. What we're doing is we're realizing some savings by consolidating 3 existing phone centers into one, where we'll have 200 employees operating with the state-of-the-art phone equipment. So we realize some savings there by closing 2 leased facilities and coming up with a more efficient operation. We spent $600,000 on furniture for what we call our new vehicle insurance program unit. That is a new unit with 150 new positions through the budget process, where we took back from an out-of-state vendor a service that they were providing. That realizes $5 million a year in savings for the state and for the motor vehicle account. What we'd like to do is open some new field offices. Now, that is a challenge in this time, but these are, in our view, when we put the furniture in, that's the last step of a multi-year process in making a capital investment in a district or in a service delivery method. We want to open a new Central Valley consolidated driver's license facility so we can pull commercial drives to one place to realize some savings and reduce the impact on outlying field offices. We also want to open a new Lincoln Park field office and a new Thousand Palms, because the Indio area is slammed. We want to relocate Canoga Park, Lompoc, Lodi, and Stockton, because we have a problem in the Stockton field office. And in Rancho Cucamonga, we have mold in the office, so we're replacing that furniture at a cost of $250,000. We have flooring projects throughout the state. And a flooring project, when I asked why are we doing so many flooring projects, it's because we have 30 and 40-year-old facilities with floors that were put in 30 and 40 years ago. And now when we put in new computer equipment and replace the tile, the linoleum, the leaking ceilings, become ADA compliant, when we do all that, we find out we have to remove the old, what we called component furniture in the 70s and 80s, which were a lot cheaper, Mr. Fletcher, I realize, but it was particle board, and they had no capability to address repetitive stress injuries or lifting keyboards and stuff. So when we put in this new component furniture, we feel we're actually making a good strategic investment in our facility, so our employees can actually have a workstation that we hope will be better for them.
Can you just help me understand where $7,000 goes? So, like, you get a chair and a desk and the keyboard lift thing and the little partitions, and the cables. Like, how does that break down? Because I'm just having a hard time picturing that.
Well, in our case, sir,
especially given, and not to interrupt you, but just before you go, especially given the tremendous purchasing power of the state, so it should be significantly less than what somebody could go to a furniture place and purchase.
Right.
So I'm trying to get a sense of that, and then maybe go to a furniture place and see.
Well, our costs, we average about $5,000 a workstation, because the workstations we put out there, they've got to be durable, they've got to be functional, and frankly, they can't be very fancy, because our customers will say something to us. So what we do...
I'd argue 5,000 is kind of fancy.
Yes, sir. And they also have to be pretty durable to the extent that our customers lean on them, they walk up against them. So they're a little different configuration than in a staff office or like my cubicle, for example. It's different than my cubicle. And it also has to hold more equipment, because in our field offices, we have all of our equipment.
Okay.
An office in, let's say, a headquarters facility, my cubicle, because it has a desk, it has a keyboard, room for my computer, it also has drawers, overhead storage. It is a large workspace, and I would say that's, like we talked about, that's kind of what the state pays for.
But there again, so I mean, rough cost on a desk. So say the desk is how much, and the drawers are how much. I'm trying to picture a $5,000 to $7,000 cubicle.
Again, that picture probably shows.
Yeah, it didn't make it.
It doesn't look like a $7,000.
We'll send it over to you.
Mr. Fletcher, yes, what the gentleman from DGS was pointing out is one of the advantages of using the modular furniture, even though it sounds like it's very expensive. We're able to economize our space, and we're able to put more individuals in a closer work area. So there is an advantage there. In our field offices, what we're able to do for efficiency's sake is to have these things just linear so we can snake through the facility. But that's part of the factor, and the construction and the assembling of it. I believe that's a cost factor, but I'm really not an expert on the cost of it, sir.
Assemblymember Hagman.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. Who's the vendor for this? Was this
PIA, sir?
It was PIA, and maybe you can expand. That's one of the questions I have. I know what they do, and I support their program of the reentry and the training, but the labor is what, cents on the dollar per hour? So we're talking about materials to put this together. So is PIA a nonprofit? Are they making this for nonprofit? Are they making money off this? Where's that money go to? What is the comparable bids with Office Depot or something like a regular vendor? Because they get first right of refusal when you want furniture. Right. And they basically bill you for whatever they say it's going to be billed. So from DGS standpoint, are we doing ongoing surveys to see if they're less than the private sector? I mean, obviously the labor is a lot cheaper. So, or what tools do we need to give you to make sure you do that if that's not the case?
As you're aware, the penal code requires us to go to PIA initially, unless we're reusing furniture. If we're reusing, we trade back and forth all the time. So currently, we're required to go to them and use them unless they just tell us they can't keep up with our schedule, or if we'll give them a delivery date and they'll tell us.
Have you done any surveys on your own? Like we're talking about a cubicle build out at $7,000. I can tell you for sure because I built one out a year and a half ago for my city. It's a lot less, and that was for a city paying prevailing wage through an RFP process. And we did our brand new city hall, a brand new sheriff's department, and a fire station. So we did 3 of them all within 1 year. Lot cheaper than what we're paying here in the state, and this is through our inmate labor system. So I'm trying to figure out: are we getting a benefit from PIA that we're not necessarily seeing in the actual cost for what we get for our product? I know we are, but is that worth the difference? And I'd like to have some kind of comparison to see, and so we go back and look at those policies. Is this a good process or not? I again support the mission of PIA, and I think we got to do more of that in our corrections. I said on public safety, I think we need to expand some of those type of things. But at the same time, as a watchdog for consumers, we need to make sure that we're paying the best price we can for the best quality we can of our equipment and services that we're giving to our public. So we need to have some kind of context. We can at least look at that and say, do we need to change our policy? Do we need to modify it in certain ways? So I know they're not here to kind of justify on this stuff, but I think it's something from just a purchasing standpoint that I would like to see just some spot checks now and then of PIA's equipment, what we're paying for a desk or a chair, and then the equivalent, the closest we can to it in the Alva catalog, and say if we would have bought it, purchase it, assemble it, this would be the rough estimate, the same. There may be less, there may be more, but we don't have that information to compare.
Thank you very much. Department of General Services.
Thank you for inviting us. As Stephen said, we're trying just as hard as you are to come to grips with the budget issues that we've had thrown at us over the last 4 or 5 years. As I said to the Assemblymember Hagman, you had asked what our policy was on purchasing modular furniture, and as I said, at first we have a network with the other agencies, the facility people that we deal with, and if they have excess furniture that is available, they'll let us know. And we'll, because we're doing all the lease, or the majority of the leases and the majority of the building for the state, we'll look at that furniture and see if we can use it someplace else. One of the big issues with modular furniture when it's used is storage. It's a very costly thing to break it down and then move it to a storage facility, pay for that storage for 2 to 3 years, and then have to pay to pack it back into a truck and then move it to the new facility. And I apologize for whoever's sitting behind me. So that is one of the cost factors that we have to look at on reusing modular furniture. Ultimately, if we don't find an end user for it, then it goes back to our reutilization program where it gets pulled into storage. They'll survey the furniture and decide whether or not it's worth keeping and either recycle it or hold it for other use. I know Highway Patrol, when they moved their headquarters this past year and a half, they have taken all of their old furniture and put it into storage and have every intention of reutilizing it in the remodels of their existing offices. So we run into things like that. And we do the leverage procurement, which, I understand your concern about the price, but those are the best negotiated prices we can come up with on our master contracts. And again, it's not just the furniture, that we're not just looking at bare bones furniture. There's a lot of things behind that cost. And the cost we do calculate between $5,000 and $7,000. Depends on how much floor space it is, and there's a lot of factors that go into that.
I just think, and I mean, granted that maybe, I think, and this is not really under your purview, but I think the public as a whole is just kind of disheartened that we're adding more employees. So just set that conversation aside because I understand that part. But yeah, I don't know. It's just hard, I think, to go back and say, as we're adding more state workers in these really difficult times, we're adding them at a cost of $7,000 per workspace. And I just, I think given everything that's being cut and everything everyone's going through right now, that's a really hard thing to explain to the public. And it just seems exorbitant.
And I just want to add that, like per the question, the first thing we do is go to our surplus inventory. We have 2.5 million square feet. We have our own little parts warehouse that we maintain because we know these workstations, we have 8,500 of them. Drawers break, parts break. So what we do is we maintain our own internal inventory before we go out and purchase replacement furniture, because we realize that's an asset that we have, and we have employees that are actually trained to do these minor repairs.
So then, if I understand that correctly, the cost for a new modular would actually be more than $7,000, because I assume when you're adding new employees, they're not all getting brand new workspace because a lot of them are drying out of storage.
Correct. If we've got a space, for example,
right,
we can place a new employee in there. In the case of this phone center,
so the average cost for new employees to equip them is 5 to 7, but a lot of those are going into old, previously used or repaired furniture. So what would be the cost of one brand new workstation for one employee on average?
$5,000.
But some of the employees you're adding are getting old systems, which I would assume would be less than $5,000.
Right. But we're not adding employees. I'm talking about when we're actually adding space, when we're building out a new work area.
Right.
If we're putting a new employee because of attrition into existing workspace, you're right. That cost is not in the cost of that new employee.
Right.
What I'm explaining, what we did in 8-9 was create either a new program or a new work area, or we renovated an existing facility. So
my question, I'm sorry, just so I have clarity on it. It was my understanding when we add employees, right? So take the 200 number or take the 40 number in El Monte, whichever one. But on average, so we add employees, and I'm told the average cost for that furnishing was $7,000 in El Monte, 5 to 7 overall. But my understanding from you is not all of those employees are getting brand new workstations. A lot of them are getting used ones that come out. So the used ones that come out would, I assume, be significantly less than the 7 for a new one. So I guess we're on the average you're giving me of 5 to 7. That includes some old and some new to combine the average, right?
Yes, sir.
So on that thing, if it's just a new workstation, what would that cost be? Because it would have to be more.
Well, we budgeted at $5,000 when we put together a request for either an augmentation for a new program or some new positions. What we do is we budget for a new workstation.
Okay.
At $5,000.
And so the $5,000 is the rough average of old plus new?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
How many new employees were hired by the DMV this last year?
This last year we added 144 positions for the SB 1500 program. That's the insurance program that we took back from the vendor. That was part of a budget change proposal. Those are the only new positions we added to administer that program.
What cost to hire those 144 people?
The cost to hire them? The average salary, I don't know if I have their exact. We're probably talking about 50,000. Our employees average roughly about 50,000. So we're talking. I'm afraid I'm not.
And did they go into
70.
existing facilities, or did they go in?
No, they're going. They were hired to work in this new facility.
And has that facility already been built?
It just opened in October.
When was the furniture requisitioned?
Let me see what that.
Did that come in the first part of last year?
8-9. It came in 8-9. Yes, ma'am. I believe that was on one of the spreadsheets. Yeah.
Well, if you're talking about 100 people at the $5,000, that's significantly less than the $3 million you spent on furniture last year. And I see nothing in the skipper's documents that say anything about flooring or mold or replacing any type of those kind of things. I mean, I see lots of, well, just very little information. Workstation in June of 2009, $245,000. I assume that's more than one workstation. You know, you have $143,000 for a workstation twice. A panel system, $105,000. I mean, there isn't much in the way of information here to give people a clue what you're spending money on. And additionally, the breakout for some of the other things are not for waiting room chairs. They're executive chairs, executive tables, $17,000 for a table. I mean, these aren't the kind of things that I mean, either you don't have enough explanation here so that people know that you're being frugal with our tax dollars, or that it just seems that you are spending way more on furniture than any other department in the state.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Couture, because when we got that spreadsheet that showed the $17,000 for a table, when I picked the director off the floor, what we did is looked at the detail on that. That was actually for 84 pieces of equipment in that purchase order. And what we're recognizing is as we get familiar more with Skippers and Skippers gets updated, that those data fields, like the gentleman said, we need to have a better integrated system of tracking because it doesn't show the quantity. That 17,000 was actually for 84 separate items, of which was eventually weeded down to less than 90. And so Skippers is probably not the best source, but that's why because it is open though. It's open to the public, and someone could see that and go, "What are you doing, spending $17,000 for? What are you nuts?" So that's part of what I think we want to do is kind of work with the members. We're not doing
like that. The explanation for the expenditure of $3 million is incomplete. I mean, the fact that you opened one new facility, which is a phone system, which you said, you know, your furniture can't look to this or to that because of the people coming in. Well, you're dealing with a phone system in the middle of Fresno. You know, $3 million does not explain or doesn't seem to correlate with what you're talking about here.
Okay, well, I can give you actually a detailed breakdown if you want on all of those purchases. Like the $3 million that we have that we show for 8-9, it's the 1.435 was for this phone center in Fresno. The 588,000, close to 600,000 was for this new unit in our annex. So we didn't have the new space. We created a new work area in what we call our DMV annex for this unit. $440,000 for the 3 new field offices, $391,000 for the relocation projects of Canoga Park, Lompoc, Lodi, and Stockton, $245,000 to replace the furniture in Rancho Cucamonga due to mold. We had $240,000 for chair replacements. That was over 600 chairs that we replaced. And again, that's because our chairs get a lot of wear and tear, a lot of use because our employees are up and down continuously. The Hayward flooring project was $105,000. We also purchased some new furniture as part of our, what we call our ITM. I hate to use the jargon. It's our Information Technology Modernization Project. The multi-year upgrade of our computer systems where we are leasing space in the Evergreen facility and placed 102 new consultants in there. We converted some of our, and this gets, I believe, to your point about converting the old conventional furniture in our Fort Bragg, Willows, and Reading offices that were so old. We finally put in modular furniture for them at a cost of $65,000 for those facilities. And then we also purchased miscellaneous parts when we didn't have a replacement part for $38,000, and that's actually the $3 million that we show.
For Mr. Fletcher's edification, the breakdown for the modular units in Fresno is $8,700 per unit. Just so.
You had to fire him up.
Indeed, and frankly, we all should be fired up because this is extraordinary.
I mean, look, everyone who's here on this panel has been asked to vote for cuts to programs, right? And these aren't like intangible cuts, right? And so we have to go back and explain why education, public safety, funding for victims of domestic violence have been cut. We have to explain why people lost their health insurance. We have to explain why businesses are seeing their fees and taxes go up. And at a time when you encounter these folks who are laying off 20 to 30% of their workforce, whose kids are overcrowded in classrooms, it's just hard to explain $8,700 for a workstation for a new employee. And so I just don't know how you take that back and explain that as reasonable. I mean, you can say, well, the state got the best deal they could. I just don't think it passes the smell test in everything that we're going through right now.
Thank you, Assemblymember Huber.
Thank you. We could belabor this all day, and we could go through every line item on every spreadsheet. And I think the bottom line that I want to be clear about, now I'm not on the budget committee that authorized the original budget under which you've been working under and under which DGS says you're authorized to buy particular furnitures. I just want to be very clear from at least this member's perspective, because one of the comments that you made was we want to do a new office here and a new office there, and you mentioned Lodi and Stockton, and I represent those areas, but I'll tell you, on the ground in Lodi and Stockton, if you ask people, do they want a new DMV office or do they want funding for their schools, they're going to choose a different priority than what you would choose sitting in DMV. I get that there is a time and a place for replacing offices, and there may be problems, but these are the times to work through those problems, to grin and bear it, because in just the reality is everybody is struggling right now, and those aren't the priorities of California, making sure that we've got new office cubicles for a new facility. I get you're in the long run it's going to save money, but you're spending that money in the first instance. And I just feel like some of the departments are kind of out of touch with what's happening in California. So while I appreciate the work that you do and that you're trying to keep services up, just know I just want to be clear about my message is, in the grand scheme of priorities, office furniture, vehicles, new DMVs, they just don't cut it. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you. Health and Human Services.
Thank you.
Our final panelist on furniture.
My name is Crystal Cooper, and I am the Chief Deputy Director for the Office of Systems Integration, which is an office within Health and Human Services. And then to my right is Jim Kammer, who is the Chief of Operations and Administration. And the committee asked us 3 questions. The first 2, I'd like to echo the same comments that ARB and DMV and DGS, we follow the same processes. And specifically related to the acquisition of $319,000 for furniture, I'd like to defer to my colleague, Jim, to speak to the details of that acquisition of furniture.
Thank you. So what we had was a project that was approved through the legislative and budget process to increase the size of the staffing and resources. So what we did is we acquired a new leased facility and set that up. So what you see is the expenditures for building out 55 workstations within that new leased facility. So we moved in a new project into that, and then the space that we moved that project out of, we actually backfilled with other staff from another leased facility that was actually leased by a vendor that we co-locate with. So that's a project whose contract is going to be, the project itself is going to be phased out, so that lease will be terminated. So we're actually consolidating space into our Natomas facility. So the $319 comes out to about $5,700 per workstation.
All right. I think sometimes it's helpful to be the last person. Thank you very much. At DGS, did you have another comment?
One more that I wanted to make. In 08-09, we recycled or reutilized almost 3,000 workspace or work cubicles, and we're projecting.
Do you have a purchase number?
Well, there was no purchase because
No,
we were
I'm saying you're saying you
$2,200 is a per.
No, you recycled 3,000, but then you purchased how many
Yes.
new ones?
3,400.
All right, well, 50/50's not bad. And then what the average cost for a recycled one
It's about $2,200
compared to 5 to whatever
Right.
Assemblymember Fletcher
So
extrapolated.
we are doing what we can to save that money.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a very helpful
That's why I wanted to put it in.
information in terms of what the ratio is. We didn't want to get into nitpicking individual situations. We wanted to see the big picture. That's our job. The day-to-day stuff, that's your job. But obviously, when you accumulate all of the things you're doing at all of your different agencies and departments, that's when you get to the numbers we're talking about. And that's the concern that you're hearing here from the panelists or from the committee. Thank you very much, panel. I appreciate it. The next panel is on conferences and outside meeting expenses, Department of Education and Department of Consumer Affairs. I'll remind the committee that it's 11:20, and we would like to move a little quicker on this one than we did on the last one.
Yeah, which one? The consolidation, okay. Yeah.
We'll start with Department of Education.
Can you can scroll down the quick.
Lupita Cortez Alcalá on behalf of the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. And I have with me here to my left Sharon Taylor. She's the Division Director for the Fiscal and Administrative Services Division, and she can kind of talk to the specific conferences in more detail. But I wanted to assure the committee members and chair that the superintendent has absolutely taken the fiscal crisis seriously, and we've implemented a freeze for the last 2 years on much of our travel. We're really only doing essential conferences that in some instances are federally required because of the funding we receive. And Sharon can speak to the Skipper system and how limited it is in the information that it does provide you. We've also canceled some conferences. We've consolidated conferences in some instances, and we've used webinars and video conferences in other instances. And we believe that we may have even reduced the amount of conferences that we have implemented for the last from the last 2 or 3 years to now to probably 30% or so. But I think it's important to go through each of the conferences in detail so you understand how they were actually paid for and what they were for. Sharon?
Sharon Taylor from the department. The list that was provided to us that came out of Skippers had 4 contracts for which we procured services for conferences for 4 different program activities within the department. One of the conferences, the 2009 Secondary Transition Conference, was canceled. So with Skippers asked for the contract amount, and it may have the ability to put the canceled in. We didn't, so it's not reflective in there. It also doesn't reflect what fund source pays for it, nor does it reflect the actual expenditures. So of those 4 with 1 canceled, we actually spent about $500,000, and all of that money was from conference participant registration fees. There was none out of the operations of the department. That doesn't mean we should have gone out and spent money. I'm not trying to defend that. What it means is we have particular requirements. We're about 82% federally funded, and with that comes requirements to do technical assistance, statewide technical assistance, to do audit. We go out and we have our auditors go and talk at these conferences. We have our legal staff. We share best practices. We do that. So on the list of the 3 that actually occurred, I want to go through and tell you the first one was, and I'm not sure what document. You just have
before we move along, there's 4 here. One is dated it says beginning date 3/24/09. The second one says 4/25/09. The third says 2/27/09, and the last one says 2/07/09. Which one was canceled?
It's either the one that's 2/07/09 or 2/24/09. It was February.
Well, but the dollar amount would tell you, because one was 197,000, the other one was 249,000.
It's the one that was 197,000.
Okay.
Okay, that was canceled. That was a secondary transition. It was a special education
Okay.
conference that the number of attendees.
So you said that you actually spent 500,000, but after you subtract that, you've got about 7,500 or
Right.
$750,000.
Right. So the conference that was in March of 2009 was the California, is basically the California Partnership Academies Conference. That is a career technical education conference. The conference occurred in 2009 because there was a new request for application out, and there was additional funding both through what we called the Green Academies as well as PG&E, a PG&E grant. So there was 1,400 attendees. It was full, and we ended up spending $242,000 of the $249,000 conference, and all of that money came through registration fees of those attendees. That conference for 2010, this spring, has been, the department is actually not sponsoring it. The Kern County Office of Education is sponsoring it, and it has consolidated 10 meetings, trainings, and conferences that previously were done in different varieties of career technical education, and those are all into one conference. And that is part of, I think, Lupita addressed the issue of our efforts to do lots of video conferencing, which can be limiting, but webinars where we're doing especially training and technical assistance so that the field doesn't have to incur the cost of the travel. And that has been a big deal with the superintendent, because obviously schools have taken huge cuts, and they have to get the training and the technical assistance, but we're trying to do it as efficiently as possible. So that was one. With this one, it has now been consolidated into 10 of them into one. The second one that to address was the 2009 Title I Annual State Conference. That was held in April of 2009. In 2009, we consolidated 3 activities. It was the Title I conference, it was the Achieving Schools conference, and it was the training and technical assistance provided for schools in program improvement, school improvement. And they combined that into one conference. Again, it's the technical.
I appreciate the level of detail you're giving us. Again, we didn't necessarily want to get into that level of detail. You said that all 3 of these conferences were fully paid for by registration fees.
Correct.
Were there any state employees who attended, and did they personally pay for their attendance fees, or did the state pay for their attendance fees?
The department employees, there were at each of the conference there would have been a department employee, a group of employees, and it would have been a variety of people. It would have been people who were presenting, because they all have a role in their expertise and providing the technical assistance. They have their responsibilities within the department, so they can go and do it at one place instead of multiple traveling to regions. There are 1 or 2. We actually have a conference, what I call a conference planner, who would be the logistics person, and they may or may not attend depending on what needs to happen. So there's some effort there, but that's part of our effort to make sure that we mitigate costs, that we have them centralized so that we can go find meeting space where we need it at no or little cost to the department. And then there would be, it would basically be our audits, legal and audits division going out and doing.
But again, the question is, there was a group of people who went on behalf of the state, and so the cost of the actual event is covered by people's fees.
Correct.
But there were these other costs that they didn't show up on Skippers because that's not what we do. But the events themselves were covered by fees completely. There was no state dollars spent on the actual renting of the space and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very good. And then there's some nominal cost for getting the people to be there, and their travel and all the incidental costs. That's very, very helpful. Yes, Assemblymember Fletcher. It's the same question. Okay. Yeah. So we do have some costs associated with that. I'm sure it's a nominal amount compared to $750,000.
If it's our sponsored event, we don't pay the registration fee. We're there to present. We're there to put on the conference. So we don't pay the registration.
Yeah, but there are these
for
other
ourselves.
costs to have the people go there and be a part of it.
Absolutely.
So is there any consideration to, even though they're paid by the fees, doing these events at one of our colleges and universities?
The colleges, we could ask. Our typical, we have a lot of relationships under different contexts with the universities and with the CSUs, and it's our experience that if we're going to use their facility, they would charge us. They would also charge us. And we're bringing together in each of these, we're bringing over 1,000 people together. So the logistics is also the availability of hotel rooms and all those. And so you have it in one place. And
Well, I think.
But it is.
It's something.
A definite possibility we'll look
absolutely.
into.
Thank you.
Real quick.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, and I may have missed this, so forgive me. But the folks who attend the conferences that pay the fee to come, are they paying out of their pocket, or is that some government entity that's paying for them to attend the conference?
It depends on who they are and where they're coming from. If they are from a local school district, the school district would be paying for their attendance because it would have been deemed that within their responsibility at the local level, this is a benefit or a requirement of getting the federal dollars related to Title I or Title III or the migrant program. So it would be money that they get and that they would be able to use in order to get this technical.
So it would be federal dollars?
They're federal dollars.
Okay, across the board. So there wouldn't be any state or county?
We can't. We would assume that the attendees would use the federal dollars that are made available, but we don't have any way of knowing how the district wrote the check.
And I think the fair point, which is there's no cost to your particular agency to do these. However, there is still a cost to state government, county government, because it's essentially one entity of government paying another entity of government to go to a conference. So there's still a cost to the taxpayer.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Correct.
Assemblymember Strickland.
So are you saying that this number should actually be zero?
No. In terms of the rules of contracts, you actually have to go out and execute a contract for somebody to provide services, and we are going to write the check, and that check is through what we call a special deposit fund. You have to go get approval from finance, and it gets set up at the state controller's office, and you deposit money in, and then you write the check for the bills out of that account. So it's in essence a reimbursement account, but the Skipper system doesn't.
Okay, so
ask that
so
information.
You're saying that in reality the number should be zero. That you did not make more than the conference, you did not spend more on the conference than you made in fees. Indeed, that amount was exactly the same and zero.
The number would, or close to zero. It
doesn't account for the staff that attended. So it depends on how you view it, but it didn't account for the staff that attended. And what we would recommend in Skippers is to actually add a component to be able to add where the fund source came from, because then we would be able to acknowledge that it came from fees, or and that's the limitation for the public transparency wise. You would want to know well, where was the fund source? And it doesn't give us the opportunity to provide that. So we would actually make that recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Members, Bill Young, Chief Deputy Director with Consumer Affairs. With me today is Mr. Luis Portillo, who is the Deputy Director of Legislation and Regulation. We are here again for Director Steger, who, as I mentioned to you, has a prior engagement. And I think if we have, I know time is of the necessity. We're probably nearing the noon hour. For purposes of expediency, I really think the theme that I'm hearing throughout here, because time is constrained, is really to get to two key issues that I think as an accountability committee needs to ask. And I think, Member Huber, yours was a question of, for any expenditure, especially for a conference in this economic environment, in our case, in the selected year of expenditure, approximately $700,000, what is the critical necessity? What are we doing conferring and spending that amount of money? And I think that's the first question that needs to be asked, and then I go to the heart of what I think I'm hearing the chairman and all of you say, how are we managing that responsibility? So let me get to the first. Again, without going into too much detail, the core mission of the Department of Consumer Affairs is twofold. One, job creation. We do that through examination and licensing. We regulate over 100 businesses, 200 professions, affecting 2.4 million jobs and professions. What we do to effectuate that examination is actually have those applicants come in and sit down at our expense, of course, because they're out trying to pursue and get that job. One of the questions is, why do we not first use an existing state facility? They're all around the state. The answer is we do. Of the approximate, we do about 400 examinations throughout the state, and we actually do go into your area as well. We look first for that state. We look for the college, and as a matter of fact, Mr. Portillo can give you statistics on the colleges, the fairs, and the state-owned facilities that we go. If there is not an available facility, then the next option that we have is to pursue that non-state facility. And in many instances, it's a hotel. It's a facility that can actually bring in the potential job applicants who are out there trying to get that employment and putting them in a easily accessible location, because that's important to them. We want to mitigate the cost to individuals who are out there trying to get a job. So we look for, and we always ask, in our process from the beginning, 3 bids for any board or bureau, we have 40 of them, to come back and tell us, have you essentially vetted the market to see who's out there that can give us the number one, and that is the most cost-efficient and cost-prudent location. And we do that. We do that from the beginning, and we do it, we monitor it, and we audit it at the end. So that's one of the most important needs that we have, and I think that's the criticality. The second piece is consumer protection as it is effectuated through the professional boards. It's the boards and bureau, and in this case, the boards that actually represent consumers. And in this case, I think this is a joint endeavor that we have. As you know, the 40 boards and bureaus have representatives not only from governor's appointees, but from the legislature. We have the Speaker's House. Speaker brings in and designates a representative, as does the Senate Pro Tem. So collectively, that mandated requirement for those meetings is also a basic core. In this case, we have a legal obligation to do those. But it gets back, Mr. Chairman, to one of your issues, and the thing is, how do we manage that? And one of the things we do, again, no different that we do with the examination sites, is we make our first effort to ensure that if there's a state facility, we're there. And about half the time, we can facilitate the meetings that we jointly participate in that board capacity in a state facility. But again, if it's not available, and of course we work with General Services and everyone else to, kind of work that collective leverage. But if it isn't there and we do go to the outside, essentially again an outside vendor, it's the same thing, cost efficiency. Give us 3 bids, who's the lowest? And we look again to make sure that we're spending that, in this case, licensee dollar as effectively as possible. I mean, that's the management responsibility that we have. And again, I go back to the heart of it. It's this, I mean, we get it. This is the most adverse economic environment, I think, at least in my lifetime, I've seen, and all of us have. For us to go forth and expend anything near $700,000, there needs to be an absolute reason. And I think, again, job creation is a valid reason. That benefits all Californians. And number 2, protecting those consumers, which, again, we do with you and the other legislative members that sit on that board. So I wanted to make that.
I appreciate that. And I personally don't sit on any of these outside boards, so I'm all right with that. So I want to ask you a question about the lists here of all the different events, and I appreciate that you're saying that half of the meetings do take place in public facilities, but on the ones that are done in these hotels and different places, what is informal competitive in terms of your bidding? You said that you take 3 bids and then you get the lowest bid, but on yours, most of them are informal competitive, and then there's another category of fair and reasonable. Now, I imagine those are 2 different ways of going about getting your bids. So what are those 2 categories? How do you do an informal competitive, and how do you do a fair and reasonable?
Well, informal competitive bids we have is any contract that's under $5,000 or contracts that are exempt from competitive bidding based on the state contracting manual. And those would be considered either informal, competitive, or fair and reasonable bid.
Under $5,000?
Yes.
Okay. And then what is fair and reasonable?
It would be, we have as informal / fair and reasonable that would be qualify if they meet one of those 2 criteria. Either they're under $5,000 or they are exempt from competitive bidding by the state contract manual.
Okay, so informal, competitive, and fair and reasonable are roughly the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So that triggers a process that isn't formal. But what is the process then? Does that mean, could you tell us that in every instance you took 3 bids, that in every instance you followed a specific procedure for those sub $5,000 contracts?
Yes, I can speak to that. That process is the procurement process or the contract process that we employ. It actually has 3 phases. One is it's a 3-phase process. First is a pre-contract process in which we actually work with the various boards and bureaus to first determine if what type of facility, and if there really is a need. For example, one of the ways that we're really cutting costs is through webcasting, teleconference, video conferences. The technology's there, and in many instances, we can avoid even $1 more of expenditure by using those services. But if in fact someone says, I've got a need, and in many instances we have examinations where we have anywhere from 400 to 500 to as many as 8,000 applicants for job licensing exams, and clearly then there is a facility need. If they meet that threshold, then the next is find a state facility that can do that. And again, for some of the volumes, we're using many of the, again, we use CalExpo, we use many of the fairground to do those types of activities. If there is, again, availability is probably key. If there is no state facility available, then we go to the non-state arena. And that's where the competitive bid process is employed. We ask the board, we ask the bureau, whoever is conducting this analysis, to go out there and give us good faith efforts. And again, it's not just where a location that might be comfortable. One of the key criteria for, especially for the examinations, are where is it absolutely accessible for the licensee to go? And in many instances, there might be a better rate, someplace a little out of the norm. But how does that licensee who's looking to get a job, trying to mitigate their own costs, so we find a place that's easily accessible. We get 3 bids, we always take the lowest. Always take the lowest. Once that contract is vetted, we monitor the contract to make sure that the expenditures are staying within the dollar limits. And even after that is completed, we do a post-audit because there's a lot you can learn in terms of trends. You can learn about the vendor, and we actually establish those. We have a data bank essentially that says these are the folks that are really leveraged and eager to do business with us if we have to go outside the state facilities.
Thank you. Assemblymember Fletcher.
Okay, but sometimes it's over 5,000, right? Because the April 5th, 2009 was informal competitive for almost $14,000.
Is that on?
April 9th, the Embassy Suites Walnut Creek. It says informal competitive, but the value was close to 14,000.
Yeah, and this is actually one of those. If among the list, I would think just about all of them are going to be related to conferences and meetings and examinations. This is one that actually relates to a consultant. It doesn't really relate to a meeting. And this
so you can pay consultants in excess of 5,000 through the informal competitive process?
I'd have to double check with our business office.
Okay. What's the difference? I think because it sounds like a very rigorous process for informal. So what's the difference between formal competitive and informal competitive and fair and balanced or fair and reasonable or whatever it was?
Frankly, Member Fletcher, I don't think we see the distinction. We use the same very rigorous and vetted process. It's just because it has to be under this environment.
Why are they called different things?
That's a good question. I think not being a contract expert, I can get back to you because I know there's words of the trade, and especially in skippers sometimes. Again, I'm learning about that as well. There are some standard definitions that are used, but again, I apologize. I'm not.
It seems like it just makes it more complicated. I mean, if it's the same process, call it the same thing, and then you don't get stuck saying, well, it's only for under 5,000, but then this one was 14. You know what I mean?
What we'll do, though, is we'll get back to the committee and actually provide those definitions for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
That'd be helpful.
Assemblymember Huber.
Thank you. I appreciate that you have a lot of things that you have to do that are within the scope of your responsibilities. I will save for another date the conversation of the usefulness of a lot of these boards and commissions that you have to arrange the meeting rooms for. That being said, the Department of Education talked about how a lot of these conferences expenses are offset by the user fees. We do charge fees for people to apply for different licenses. Is there any accounting of what our fee level is and whether or not that actually offsets the cost of the administration of getting those rooms in order so that we're either breaking even or if we're losing money because our fees are so low that we have some way of knowing that?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, there is a fund condition statement that is used and is a public document that is available and vetted through the annual budget process that actually looks to that. It identifies every revenue, much of which is in fact coming from the licensee, and then there is a comparison of the actual expenditures, and the definition and the detail is there within. Again, I'm really speaking to the governor's budget detail. But the key is to look at the end of the day, when you have the revenue flow, the licensee's costs or revenue that they pay, and you match it to what that state expenditure is, what it costs to conduct those examinations, what it costs to carry out the regulatory responsible, what is that a sufficient amount of revenue, is there excess revenue, and that's where I think that analysis says, is there a need for possible adjustment upward or down of the...
Do you have that with you today so that we can keep these numbers in context with how much fee revenue is being generated?
Absolutely do. I can hand you my copies and give you everyone on the committee's an electronic copy of the budget for the Department of Consumer Affairs that will give you that fund condition detail for every one of the 40 boards and bureaus. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
again, I don't want to belabor my time. I know I've taken a lot of it, but I really got to go back to the one issue you pointed out, and that is the management responsibility. I want to show you results, and just ever so quickly, for fiscal year 2008-09, with the challenge that came with the Executive S0909. One of those responsibilities was to bring contract costs down by 15%. I'll be very direct. We've brought in the contract costs associated with these facilities down by 39%. I think it's important because going back to Member Huber, going back to Fletcher, especially I think Vice Chair Strickland said, if you can't make that type of accountability, it's actually an insult to, in our case, the licensee and the taxpayer. So we take that very seriously, and we're very proud of that number.
One of my ask as you leave us today is that you give us the last 4 or 5 years trends of expenditures in these areas for conferences and meetings.
Absolutely.
Total year over year
Is it,
numbers.
Would it be to the committees?
To the committee, and we'll make sure everybody gets it.
I'm speaking in terms of, is it appropriate for us to use the fiscal year, because we've got all of our...
Yeah, that's fine. You just make sure it's clear what time frame you're talking about, but year over year.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Assemblymember Berryhill.
Yeah,
One
thank you,
more
Mr. Chairman.
question.
I've been kind of quiet today, kind of taking all this in. I do want to thank everybody that has testified today, and I know that everybody is doing their best to be efficient, and that they know that that the spotlight's going to be on all of us. But as I'll reflect back to Mr. Fletcher's comment earlier, is we've got to answer to our constituents, and they're screaming at us about, we've got a budget that has been awful for the last 3 years. This one's going to be the worst yet. And so, and I'm going to relate this back to the private sector, but when we get, we're all thin out there, we're not in business. And yet when we get more regulation, when we get more obstacles, at the end of the day, we got to get better or we go away. What we're going to ask you to do, as good as you've been, is that you're going to have to get better. We've got, the perception in the public when they see some of these expenditures is not going to be good, and they're going to come to us saying, well, what's up with that? And it's very tough for us to be able to articulate that. So as we move forward, until this economy comes back to a point to where we're able to function, we're all going to have to get skinnier. We're all going to just have to do better. And as hard as you're trying, in the next year or two, we're going to have to get even better, and we're going to have to cut more. Thank you.
Assemblymember Strickland.
Just to the Department of Education, and while the cost for the conferences may not be borne by the Department of Education, they are borne largely by the education community.
Absolutely.
And to the extent that we can reduce that burden, that keeps more dollars in the classroom. And that really is the point. And to the extent that you can utilize universities and community colleges who accommodate many thousands of students, this really would be a tremendous bump in cost to our local school districts. And so I just, obviously, as you keep that in mind and we move on from here, that's a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. As I said to HHS earlier, sometimes it's good to be the last. In this case, the vehicles. We have Department of Transportation, Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, Department of Parks and Recreation. Department of Transportation, as they're coming up, we have about $13.5 million in vehicle purchases in calendar year 09. Department of Motor Vehicles, $1.5 million. Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, $1.6 million. And Department of Parks and Recreation, $5.9 million. So we will start with Department of Transportation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I think it is still morning, just barely.
Yeah.
Members of the committee, my name is Richard Harmon. I'm the Ledge Deputy at Caltrans. Pleasure to be here today to talk about our vehicle purchases. As you all know, I can assure you business is anything but usual for the state and for Caltrans. We're facing, and this is on many fronts, we're looking at all the help that Proposition 1B has given us, all the increased activity, the federal stimulus, the potential for a new federal stimulus. At the same time, we're facing an ever-increasing aging infrastructure. We're looking at pressing maintenance needs, degradation of pavement, et cetera. And we face the same challenges that other departments in the state do, as well as other Californians, which is a scarcity of resources, as well as making efficient use of the resources we do have. We've used the special fund budget authority provided to us by the legislature and the governor to ensure that our state's highways and structures are safe for motorists. with a large fleet such as we have, I mean, given 50,000 lane miles or so stretched across this great state, even a very conservative replacement schedule for the department's fleets often involves several hundred units a year. And in recent years, we've seen the percentage that we would like to see replaced and really need to be replaced given their lifespan and the amount of usage they have. That percentage has decreased. And now with the executive order, which we believe to be a very good roadmap for the state on how the state can more effectively use vehicles, have a reasonable sized fleet, and also other issues such as home storage permits and accountability there. We see that as a very good roadmap. And we have not purchased any vehicles since the implementation of that. We are continue to work with DGS on ensuring that any vehicles that we are allowed to purchase are done to ensure safety of motorists and make sure that the state system is preserved. With me today, I have just became available, our Deputy Director for Maintenance Operations, Mike Miles. As a side note, for those of you from the Los Angeles area, Mike has just accepted the position of District 7 Director, which covers Los Angeles and Ventura counties, and I think will be a tremendous resource to you all in the district. Today we have him here, so to be expedient here, I guess we just open it up to questions that you most would like to hear from us.
I think for all of you, it would be helpful if you just did an overview of your understanding of what vehicle purchases you made within within 2009, and what the need was, what triggered the need to purchase the vehicles. Was it just flat out replacement? Was it additional staffing? What was the reason for the purchases that were made? Again, before, after the executive order, doesn't matter. Over the course of this fiscal mess that we're in, these decisions obviously are heavier than they would normally be. So if you could address that, and then everybody else in turn.
Okay. The department has a criteria for replacing vehicles, and it's the DGS guidelines, and so we replace vehicles based on age, mileage, and repair history. The typical age of our vehicles that get replaced are 14.9 years, about 200,000 miles. So we utilize our vehicles pretty heavily. And also, based on the number of vehicles we have about 13,500 vehicles. We replace them based on that criteria, and given our budget at about 6.9% per year, and that's a modest replacement rate. And so we expect our equipment shop to keep our vehicles operating to the best of their ability, and we do a very good job at that. A lot of the vehicles that we're replacing are due to the replacement criteria, but then we also have a BCP, a budget change proposal for replacement due to air quality mandates. So a number of the vehicles that we're replacing are due to the air quality mandate requirement.
Okay. Which vehicles had to be replaced due to air quality requirements?
It's our diesel fleet and heavy vehicles, snow plows.
We didn't look at emergency vehicles. We did include these are trucks, pickup trucks, and passenger vehicles.
Okay, so we have not replaced any vehicles in this fiscal year so far.
Okay, but you did in the latter half of the previous fiscal year.
Right.
Okay.
And it was a combination of replacement of light duty, medium duty, and I think in the 08-09 fiscal year, out of the 1,300 DGS mentioned, I think roughly 430 or so were ours for light duty and medium duty. And I think that was out of a total of nearly 700 total, but that included the heavy duty, the snow plows, trailers, and other things.
Yeah. Which we excluded in our analysis.
Exactly.
In terms of, you were here when I asked DGS about the need to have a vehicle, access to a vehicle for job performance, as opposed to people who occasionally take a car out. Have you ever done a census of your employees along those lines?
Yes, we broke our vehicle fleet down into safety preservation and service. We have the safety responders. Those are the light vehicles that would pickup trucks and things like that that would respond to an emergency on the roadway, the people that carry the changeable message signs. So that was a piece we looked at, and then we looked at the preservation piece, and that's the people that go out and do the construction inspection. And if we have $1 of federal money in our construction project, then it has to have a full-time inspector. So we're required to do material testing, inspecting, verification of delivery of materials and things like that. So those vehicles are used for that. And then we have the service piece, which is our right-of-way people and things like that.
Do you have a ratio, as was described for CHP, of staffing for those kinds of situations of staff to vehicles?
We do not have a ratio similar to CHP because we don't have shifts where people come in and drop a vehicle off in a facility and then another operator would use that vehicle. We have vehicles that are stored in maintenance stations or whatever, and then people would respond to that maintenance station, pick up a vehicle, and then go out. And depending on what operation they're doing that day would depend on the vehicle that they would use.
You don't have people who take vehicles home?
We have home storage permit vehicles.
Okay.
And
Assemblymember Strickland.
Along that line, how many folks get to take their cars home?
this year we have home storage permits are about 1,360 home storage permits, and again, it's based on the safety of the system. So people that are first responders get a Class A type permit, and then people that have a home storage permit for the performance of their duty have a Class B permit.
So only those folks are eligible to take home a car?
Routinely, they can take home a car up to 70 times a year without a home storage permit.
Okay. In looking at the skipper's breakdown of the cars that you purchased in the beginning of 2009, I'm not, excuse me, I'm not seeing a lot of, I mean, I see snowplows. That makes sense to me. But one of your purchases is 110 mid-sized sedans. What kind of use do you have for that type of car?
Again, those are vehicles that would be used in the duties of the people that operate them. So they could be used as construction or resident engineers that have a number of different jobs that they would go to. It's also used for our right-of-way agents that have to go out and make offers on property that we're purchasing, or just the routine, normal daily business. And those were all replacement vehicles. None of them were growing our fleet.
Okay. Can you explain the fixed-wing single-engine aircraft for just shy of $1 million?
Yes. In fact, I'm glad you raised that because you're correct. The contract was executed this last year. As you know, we have Division of Aeronautics, and part of their duties are, they have various, but they look at siting of schools and state facilities near airports. They permit and inspect heliports at hospitals and other facilities. But primarily, they actually permit and inspect over 250 public use airports in the state and have mandated duties from FHWA, or I'm used to the Highway Administration, the Aeronautics Administration, federal. As part of their master safety of airports, they have some mandated duties that they go out and do. So we have actually had a 1968 Beechcraft Bonanza single-engine plane that we were the original owner on. It's been in our fleet now for 41 years. It's been maintained impeccably, but after 41 years, things wore out. It was nearing what it needed to have engine replacement and avionics replacement, which was going to run about $100,000. So back in the 2008 budget, there was a BCP. We requested authority to go ahead and make the replacement on that aircraft. Legislation, the governor granted us that. The contract was executed last spring, but where this is a good example, we sat down with the governor's office as we executed that contract, and obviously this is something there was a tremendous need for. But we said, what's this fiscal situation in the state? What are we looking at? How can we do something a little bit more to help out and maybe defer payment? So we did a couple things. One, we sat down and negotiated with the vendor and said, look, this is a situation we're in at the state level. Can we defer this actual purchase and delivery of this for another year or so? And the vendor agreed and said he would be willing to entertain us anytime within the 10-11 fiscal year. So we deferred that payment. And secondly, we negotiated with the bank and are able to pay over 10 years the cost of that airplane. So assuming we do take delivery of that airplane in the next fiscal year, it'll be paid for over 10 years. And again, it's an issue of a resource. It's the one we have. it's critically essential to our mission, and it's 41 years and counting old. And pretty soon, I don't think we'll have staff who want to fly.
Are any of the services that you delineated that are accomplished by this plane currently contracted out?
No.
So you don't contract out, in terms of sites for schools or airports or looking at bridges or other things like that that might possibly be done by your aircraft. You would say that could not be a contracted out service. It would need to be done in-house. And currently, none of it is contracted out now?
Not coming from that division, I think a lot of it has to do with, us as the Department of Transportation getting direction and mandates from the federal government on some of the safety and inspections that need to be done. I don't know what leniency there would be from the feds on contracting that out to someone. I don't know. I can certainly follow up on that, but I don't know.
Okay. Now, just one more question about a ferry boat. We have a briefing here that says y'all own a ferry boat. Can you explain maybe that a little bit?
Okay. It operates 2 ferries here on the Delta. One is a fixed. It's on a fixed wire that goes. I think it's Ryer Island out there, and I'm sure Ms. Huber's very familiar. And those also have been in the fleet several decades.
What purpose do they serve?
They ferry vehicles across the river. There's a large island out there in the Delta, and it's on either side of the island. There's a ferry, and it's on State Route 160, and it takes vehicles across.
Okay.
And one is just old and been in there for decades, and finally is in need of replacement.
Okay. And I didn't mean to seem like if I was trying to play a game of gotcha or anything like that, because it doesn't. I mean, all that we're looking through here, I think, just causes us pause as we speak to the issue of priorities that Mr. Fletcher and Ms. Huber both alluded to earlier. Is that are these things that can be delayed? Are these things where, and it sounds like, finding creative solutions to finance something over a decade. I mean, that's obviously helpful to the taxpayer. It would save us money and allow you to still do your job in the short term and the long term, and allow us to meet our fiscal obligations. So it's things like that as we go through this that just are causing a little bit of frustration to us as we look at ways that we can try to provide a better service to the taxpayer and those who receive state services, and still meet our obligations and try to fix our budget best. So I appreciate your insight, Richard.
I think it's just dumb luck that the two examples you point to, they've reached the end, and they show up on the report now because it's the time, and of course we are in the situation we're in. So maybe it's just the department's just good fortune that they showed up in this time. But I think they do serve as examples of things we are maintaining, keeping in life as long as we can. But at some point, we need to explore options of how do we replace it? How do we replace it responsibly, financing, et cetera. So.
Assemblymember Hagman.
Thank you. Just going back to earlier statements that some of these vehicles were replaced because we're mandating to be replaced from the diesel to the alternative fuels for air quality purposes. And I would basically broach this for any department right now. At what cost is that? Are we phasing these out early in their term? So would they normally be replaced and we're just replacing them now with the alternative fuel type of vehicle? Or are we kind of forcing you to make this acceleration quicker? And do you have any quantitative cost on something like that?
Okay, a number of the heavy duty fleet is being replaced prematurely to meet air quality mandates, and the cost of that is $52.3 million. Wow.
Okay, and so over a period of time, we're accelerating $52 million worth of vehicle purchases that normally may be phased out in 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever the case may be. I would love to see some statistics on that. And where are you selling? When you actually get rid of these vehicles, are they still in the state for the most part?
When they go to auction, they're told that they cannot be licensed in California.
Okay, so they could go to other states within the neighboring
other states that don't have the same mandates we have.
It just can't stay here in the state of California. So 52-point-something million.
And I'll get the information for you in terms of how old, what was the usage of the ones we've replaced like this last year. I can't imagine that too many of them were severely prematurely replaced just because the average life of our fleet is fairly old. but I will get that information.
The only thing I would say is, like, if there's some kind of policy suggestion that maybe if it's on a 3-year or 8-year cycle and we're into year 5, can we phase this over the next 3 years versus all doing it one big hit like what we did? It's kind of late now, but hindsight would have maybe got a little more use out of these vehicles.
Well, some of the newer vehicles that we have, we are retrofitting those to keep them in the fleet. So it's the older vehicles, the dirtier vehicles that we have that we are getting rid of.
I wasn't here for those passages of those statutes, but I don't know, at least myself, I don't know the total fiscal impact, much less the state, but even to our own departments, what that could have been. So I'd like to get some of those numbers.
Thank you. Assemblymember Caballero.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to follow up on a comment that Assemblymember Strickland said, and it's really more in the form of a comment. Part of the challenge I think that we have, and it really is an attempt to get information rather than a gotcha, is that for many of us, you've got priorities that span the state. We know our own regions, we know our own areas, and the challenge of term limits is that it forces us to do work in a very, very expedited fashion, so that we really don't get a chance to drill down into your departments, what you're doing, what your critical missions are, efficiencies that we may be able to work with together. And I think this hearing, more than any other hearing, really points out the challenge that you have, because in next year there will be a third of the legislature will be gone, and the next year 2/3 will be gone, and some of these issues I think are, you're absolutely right. You make the purchase at the time that if you're waiting in an aging fleet, you make the purchase at the time that you can get a good price and right before it falls apart, because the last thing you need is for this ferry not to be able to go across and then to have to purchase it, build it, and not get it in time. And so I just want to make that as a footnote, because I think that's part of the challenge, is that for many of us, we're learning some of the challenges that you have in terms of consolidating offices, moving staff, rebuilding. But before I have to leave in a few minutes, and I did bring up an issue in regards to an executive order in 2008, and I'll make sure that my staff gets a copy of that executive order for the rest of the committee, because it's very clear that in 2008 the governor ordered a freezing hire, reducing leases and purchase of vehicles and equipment, including reducing travel and also it's not on.
No.
Okay. Sorry. I'm just kidding. I saw the pointed finger.
I was doing
so.
signals at the sergeant. I'm sorry.
And in any case, it's some of the things we've been talking about. And I know there was a 2009 executive order referenced. I did remember a 2008. It is here, and I'll make sure everybody gets it, because I think that's part of the challenge. Is this is not new. We've been talking about this for a couple years.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Department of Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Michael Harris. I'm Acting Chief Deputy Director at California State Parks. I'm very glad to be here today to assist the committee in understanding our operations. I want to particularly, I'm going to preface my remarks with trying to ensure that the committee understands that State Parks has a very large public safety role. And I think it's relatively easy, obviously, to look at our colleagues at CAL FIRE or at CHP and see that role. I think it's less obvious for State Parks, so with your permission, I'll take a couple minutes just to reiterate that. We manage 1.5 million acres of California, including a third of the California coast. We manage hundreds and thousands of acres of desert, forest, grassland all over the state. Most importantly, we protect 70 million visitors a year who come to our parks. That protection takes a lot of forms, and almost every one of those forms of protection requires a vehicle, especially given the long-term budget challenges that State Parks has faced and the immediate crisis that we are painfully aware of. You should think of our parks as small cities. We provide law enforcement. We provide emergency medical services. We provide public health services, everything from You got to keep the restrooms clean. But as important, you have to have the water system operating correctly. You must have the water sewage system operating correctly. We provide public works, roads that provide access to our parks. We have to maintain those in safe condition. And to do all these things, we require a fleet of vehicles that ranges from tiny little utility vehicles up to heavy earth-moving equipment, and pretty much everything in between. A change that's occurred to state parks over the past generation, I think, it used to be that, I'm told, long before my time, but it used to be that state parks had the luxury of assigning staff to individual parks. That is no longer the case. We manage the state park system on what we call a sector basis. A sector is a group of parks, hopefully relatively close together, but there is no staff assigned to an individual park. The staff service all the parks, and that's true whether it's rangers doing patrol or maintenance workers keeping the bathrooms clean or water plant supervisors testing the water at every one of the parks. All of that means, again, the need for vehicles for our operations. And I should point out just in passing, in terms of sort of overall efficiency, the role of vehicles. Vehicles make us much more productive. We have roughly the same staffing level that we had in 1988, despite the fact that visitation of the parks has gone up over 40%. The acreage we manage has gone up over 40%.
Okay, I appreciate you can appreciate that it's 12:15.
Absolutely.
And this is the last panel. I think the million-dollar question is what I asked transportation. On an employee to vehicle basis, what is the linkage there? What is the comparison? Your staffing levels have been flat for all those years. Have your vehicle capacity stayed the same? Your number of vehicles stayed equally the same for over that period? Has it gone down? Has it gone up? These are the things that we're looking at here. We're looking for patterns. We're looking for broad understanding of what the necessity is to purchase these vehicles.
Mr. Chairman, I understand completely. Let me cut to the trend line, if you will. We didn't go back 40 years here, but we did go back 5 years. If you look at our vehicle purchases out of the general fund for the operation of the state park system, from fiscal year 6-7 to 7-8, those purchases went down 34%. From 7-8 to 8-9, they went down an additional 47%. And from 8-9 to 9-10, they're going down 100%. We are not buying any vehicles in 9-10. I think that I hope that begins to address your question.
And I think we touched on this earlier today. The governor in January of 2009 said he was going to shut you down. And yet vehicle purchases were made in the first few months of the year. So just share with us the thinking. If the governor is saying in his budget that he's going to shut you down, why you would go out and make purchases of vehicles for a department that could have been non-existent?
The first piece of that, the first answer to that, Mr. Chairman, I think, is the public safety responsibilities faced by the department. Those don't necessarily go away because of a proposal in the governor's budget. The second thing I would say is that we were, in fact, acutely aware of that, and if, in fact, that proposal had moved forward, we would not have purchased those vehicles. But you need to understand, I think, the timeline under which we purchase vehicles. DGS's statewide contracts are open for a very short period of time. We began planning our purchase of vehicles for the fiscal year in October. We submit plans to DGS in December. That's before the governor's budget comes out. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, if in fact the governor's proposal had moved forward, we would not have accepted delivery of those vehicles in March when we actually got them. In the instance, we remained open, albeit with some significant service reductions. The vehicles that we bought last year were almost all replacement vehicles. There's no new additions. And we're not buying anything in fiscal 9-10.
Okay. Thank you very much. Department of Motor Vehicles.
Okay. Dennis Clear again. In response to your general question, Chairman, our fleet has remained relatively constant over the previous couple of fiscal years, around 410 has been our fleet. Like everyone else, we are now complying with the governor's executive order. We've reduced our fleet by 60 vehicles, so we're down now to 344, which we anticipate will be stable. Of those vehicles, in 8-9, we purchased 50, and we use purchase to mean both replacement vehicles and new ones for new positions. We had 4 new positions authorized in our budget for a facility inspector that traveled throughout the state. We needed a new truck because of new maintenance requirements in our facilities throughout the state. We had 1 additional van because we had a new inspector position, and then we had a new deputy chief in our Division of Investigations, our peace officers. The rest of them were all replacement vehicles due to the mileage criteria that we've talked about earlier that DGS has in place. 2/3 of our vehicles are all peace officer related. Our sworn peace officers have those. And in anticipation, they also have home storage permits because they are actually on duty all the time. We have 30 vehicles that we have assigned to our Division of Field Operations. That's the division that runs our 170 field offices up and down the state. We have 8 regional administrators. They each have a vehicle, and then their relief and their staff have access to those pooled vehicles when they go to different locations to cover the shifts or to provide services. We have a licensing division that inspects the 81,000 licensed establishments that we issue licenses for. So the inspectors have availability for those cars because it's needed in the course and duties of their employment, we believe. And then our Division of Administration has a pool that they use mainly for their facilities inspections, for their engineers, our stationary engineers, and to provide for our headquarters employees that have to go downtown to meetings. We have a pool here on 24th and Broadway to avoid cab expenses and to avoid the higher costs of their personal vehicles and their mileage. So I think we keep a pretty good handle on our fleet. It's small considering the size and geographical area that we're responsible for, and that's kind of where the DMV fleet is.
Okay, thank you. Department of Forestry and Fire Prevention. Yes, Assemblymember Emerson.
I have one question of the Department of Transportation, if I could ask before they leave.
Okay, sure.
The last item here, you have a pickup truck, mini pickup truck, and you show a cost of $141,000. It doesn't say it was multiple trucks. It's the very last line on your on the list.
Right. And I think this is I think this is an instance of the information as it's reported in Skippers, because I believe, I mean, it represents several vehicles.
Well, I know there was a number for all the other ones, and I was just curious if that was a typo or that's multiple vehicles.
I will identify the contract and confirm, but I think it points to an issue that was raised earlier with another department, that the information in Skippers didn't always reflect a quantity of the item that was.
All right, thank you.
I remember, but I will get it for you.
Okay, thank you. CAL FIRE.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Andy McMurray, Assistant Deputy Director for Fire Protection with CAL FIRE, and to my left is the Senior Fleet Manager, John Carrier. To cut to the chase, I won't get into the CAL FIRE details, other than to say it's a privilege to come here and talk to you about something that's so integral to our mission and operation. As to the specifics of the questions for last year's purchases, I think potentially there was some miscommunications, because I believe everything that we purchased last year was an emergency vehicle. So while it may show up as a sedan or as a pickup, it goes through a series of outfitting with light bars, sirens, mobile radios, and all those things that are necessary to take a vehicle and use it in an emergency operation. The numbers of purchase, there were several BCPs that increased some staff numbers, 30 new battalion chief positions that were created as a result of a labor agreement in previous years that increased the number of battalion chiefs in the state. And those are our frontline incident commanders in the field. part of the philosophy behind CAL FIRE's deployment of vehicles is surge protection. While every CAL FIRE employee has a day job providing the day-to-day emergency response that the state requires to protect its citizens, it also depends on those same individuals to be surge for bigger incidents in different parts of the state. So where an individual may have a vehicle assigned and be dispatched to a fire in another part of the state, somebody has to fill in behind him with that specialty capability that's required for the emergency response.
I think we'll ask of you as well as the other three panelists that we have for this issue is again a census of how many employees do you have that have a job description that requires that they have a vehicle, and then how many do you have that have partial access to a vehicle, and whatever categories those are in, so that we have this, and then how many vehicles you have, so we can see what that ratio is, what that relationship is. I think that would be very helpful. I don't think there are any questions. We have called out for members to come back to do our recommendations. I will go over the recommendations. Thank you very much.
You bet.
I will go over the recommendations just so that the members know what they are. The first 5 are pretty much what we have, what we had given out to committee staff, but there are 3 additional ones that we have as a result of today's hearing. The first one is the Department of General Services will develop a list of agencies that do not report expenditures or contracts to DGS or on the state contracting and procurement registration system. This is where we got all the information today. So if it wasn't on there, obviously we don't know about it. Number 2, Department of General Services develop uniform criteria for data input for the state contracting and procurement registration system so the data can be more readily reviewed and used to assess spending within various categories or by specific time frames. This information should include the fund source and any reimbursements for all entries. Again, if fees or other monies are coming in to offset these costs, we need to be able to see that. Number 3, each state entity reporting expenditures identify expenditures in relation to primary budget authority, not as a pass-through expenditure of Department of General Services, again, to make sure that it isn't masked by being in a lump sum with DGS. DGS and state agencies should coordinate to ensure expenditures are not double counted on that same item. Number 4, the Department of General Services develop an electronic database of all state facilities with conference and meeting rooms that are available. And a subset of this would be that DGS should implement a policy to use UC, Cal State, or community college facilities to the fullest extent. We need to figure out a mechanism to make that happen. Number 5, state agencies adopt a policy of using state or other municipal facilities for meetings rather than private facilities in an effort to reduce cost. We'll have to figure out how we'll take DGS's input on that. Number 6, DGS should change the replacement criteria in the fleet manual to extend vehicle life for all non-emergency vehicles. And number 7, agencies and departments should develop a personnel to vehicle ratio for employees who need a vehicle to do their job. This is the census issue that we raised. So those are the recommendations. We will entertain. Yes, Assemblywoman
Can I
Huber.
get a clarification on the number 6 on changing the replacement criteria? Does that address Assemblymember Hagman's concern that some of these vehicles are being replaced because of other laws that they're trying to comply with?
Oh, no, that doesn't. You mean the air quality issues? Well, we'll leave it to DGS to bring back some recommended changes to their fleet swaps. Assemblymember Hagman.
Thank you. I just don't know. I mean, it may be putting the cat back in the bag. You can't do it at this point. We have these certain criteria that we mandate in the law to replace it, and I'm sure our departments have complied with those laws and regulations. I think knowing the cost of that is useful. Don't know how much more of our inventory or stock needs to be replaced and what time frame that is. If there wasn't all replaced at this point, it would love to give it some more time and push that off over a few years versus 1 year to dump it all. But it may be too late. Okay. That could be a question maybe for DGS to look at the fleet as a whole and see if there's anything.
We'll let them come back to us with recommendations on how to change this.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to have the recommendations adopted.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we take a vote, anybody in the public wishing to comment on anything that we discussed today? All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Call the roll.
De la Torre.
Aye.
Strickland. Arambula. Berryhill. Block. Cannon. Caballero. Emerson. Fletcher. Fuentes. Hagman. Huber.
Aye.
Jeffries. Jones. Lowenthal. Perez. Valines.
Okay, we will wait a little while longer for members to come back and vote on these items.